$15 in Bitcoin in the last 2 days. 15.4, 15.3. So we need about 15 more billion, please.
That the vaccines were not safe because the Trump administration was in charge. And these are FDA professionals, these are scientists that are taking extraordinary measures to be sure it's safe. And so I want to encourage everyone, to participate in the trial if you're comfortable doing that, but certainly to get the vaccine when it's available.
Senator, let's just talk about you started this 12 days ago with the vaccine. Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought Johnson and Johnson is just a one dose shot versus the two shots that you have to take with both Pfizer and Moderna. So how do you feel? How have you been going?
I feel great. And 50% of the people get the placebo, 50% get the actual vaccination. I don't know which I got, but I feel great. And again, I keep a diary, and every Monday and Thursday now I report back as to whether I have symptoms. And it's easy to go through. And again, I encourage people to do it because the more people that participate in the trials, the sooner they can get to the FDA for the emergency use authorization, and the quicker we can get it out to the American people. And this is so important. I mean, it's a much better solution than lockdowns. It's a much better solution than keeping people out of school and out of our churches and other places of worship. It's the most important single thing in my view. Congress ought to pass another COVID-19 bill in part to provide the necessary funding to ensure that the vaccination progress continues. Warp speed has been unbelievable. It's been unprecedented how quickly this has happened compared to any other vaccine development. It's, again, being done very carefully with scientists taking the lead. Science is calling the shots, but they do need to have additional funding from the federal government because the government is essentially providing the funding for the manufacture of the vaccines while the studies are going on. And if the vaccines end up being successful in getting the approval, then they'll be ready to go. But that's expensive, and it's important to be sure the resources are there for that. I think it's the best expenditure of taxpayer money I can think of.
Okay.
It's expensive and it's also complicated. And you complained that the current administration's lack of
refinance the slash. I know I'll finish paying off my student loans way sooner than later.
I feel better about my student loans. Visit splashfinancial.com today.
Online dating? I thought you met a nice woman that way, but I'm not really sure where to look.
Pick up your phone, go to OurTime.com. Just take a look. It's easy to take a look on Our Time, the dating site for people over 50.
School was very stressful. I lost a lot of hair during that time. Nutrafol is 100% drug-free and is natural. You can't argue with clinical proof. Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com.
Spread is not slowing down. They will show cases growing daily. The most ever.
Weekly semester CNBC.
There's only one way.
It goes to my favorite rod.
Research new threats to businesses all across the country as states and cities impose new restrictions. Steve recently now as a special guest who has some unique insight into this topic. Hello again, Steve.
Joined this morning by Raphael Boston Atlantic President Boston Victoria. Let me start off. I know you then have to think about delivering on things, but we just had some breaking news on retail sales and the economy. It shows a little bit softer out there. Is that part of your expectation when it comes to the economic outlook that this quarter is a softer quarter? And are you already seeing some impact of the resurgence of the virus on the economy?
Well, first of all, good morning, Steve. And I would say that for me, there are really two messages to take from data today. First, the strong recovery that started in May through the summer really does suggest that we would see a little weakness coming into quarter four. And I think that that's exactly what's happened here. I think for me, the other part that I'm really paying attention to is whether that weakness could portend something a little more deep. We know that the recovery is not happening evenly for everyone. There's some sectors that are extremely well, others that have not done also that the federal relief is starting to expire. People are running out of their money and it's the end. So very close to see whether this weakness in retail sales really translates into something deep, or is it just a reflection of the history that we got here?
Get that. The news looks like it's going to be very grim for the next several months. Possibility of a negative first quarter when it comes to goods, and yet the vaccine will affect the outcome.
The vaccine is definitely positive news. I think we definitely need to, I think it's pretty into the fact that we have a real short-term and interesting concern with the spike in the virus and what that's going to do for businesses in terms of the consumers and their abilities to go out and buy things. So we need to have a short-term that is a medium term. And so one of the things I would say is and try to get relief policymakers on a tax perspective and look at ways to provide some support as we move through the winter.
President Fox, we're going to get to thank you for the question in just a second. I want to just follow up on that. You said use all of your tools. Just circumcision policy at the last minute, there was a question about quantitative easing. You additional quantitative easing, you're already doing $120 billion a month. What is it that the Fed should do in the absence of additional fiscal stimulus?
Certainly, we will look at asset purchases and forward. We will look at trying to provide as much support. We also have these facilities which can provide targeted relief to particular sectors. They're committed to using all things. They have some juice, and we want deploy them as necessary. In terms of next meeting, we will just have to monitor how the economy proceeds. The retail sales numbers give us a sign, but there are a lot of other things that we're going to learn between now and then, and that will give us some guidance as to how we should think about our next move in terms of assets.
Thanks, Steve. President Bostic, you mentioned that you're looking at the numbers very closely right now, but obviously some of the government numbers are outdated, backwards looking. I just wonder what real-time data you're finding to be the most useful right now to tell you what's really happening with the economy in real time.
Okay, we do three types of collection. One, we have a robust survey facility in the bank. And we are surveying businesses, we're surveying consumers, we're surveying communities across the country, getting real-time whether sales as to what they're thinking about going around and trying to get that measured. We take, in addition to, as you noted correctly, the really to get a sense of what the trajectory looks like for the next 3 to 6 months. And that gave us an incredible continue to lean on that and rely on it.
So the markets are at all-time highs, but the markets aren't the economy. What do you think the economy's shape is right now based on all of that information?
I think the economy is fine, but I do believe that the recovery could be more robust than it is currently to be. Look, we know that there are communities that are hurting. The virus is extremely hard. You know, small businesses, for example, have been on the edge for quite some time. And we need to be thinking about what ways can we, in what ways can we act to help them get through this with minimal damage. You know, one of the things I've been looking at a lot is the amount of job loss that originally was identified by the that is starting to flip off the economy. And this is part of the recovery strategy. So I think we need to be taking all effort that we can to try to reverse that trend and keep us in a place where once we have things very much of the economy, many people and businesses just to really just engage with the economy and get us back to robust growth.
President, you mentioned earlier that the emergency programs. Do you believe they should be renewed when they're set to expire at the end of December? What's your expectation as to what's going to happen with them?
Well, as you know, this is a negotiation between the Treasury Department and the Federal Reserve, and I'm not in those conversations directly. I think we need to keep these open and available as possible until we're well beyond the crisis period. So I'm going to support continuing to be a voice to try to and to stay available for those who might need to draw upon it.
Differences in the in this downturn. What are some of the signs that you're looking at, the ways that different communities have been affected differently from this virus?
Well, we're looking at what sectors are getting close to their pre-COVID level, and what ones are not. A lot of the experiences according to their business sector, geography, types of jobs, so high-wage versus low-wage jobs. And what we're seeing is that low-wage jobs are not returning to as fast as higher-wage jobs. Jobs in a lot of the service sectors are still 40 to 50%, in some instances lower than they were pre-COVID, whereas a lot of service sector industries or businesses where people are able to work at home, they've gotten back to 90 to 95% of their pre-COVID levels in terms of employment. Those are the sorts of comparisons we're making. And if we don't have all of our sectors getting back to close to pre-COVID level at the same time, my biggest concern is that we may pick on other good, I think that that would be unwise. And so we're going to continue to call out the we have, where we're seeing weakness so that we can try to get relief there and make sure that they just as strong as
If there is no additional fiscal stimulus, President Biden, will the Fed do more in response to that? And will that do any good? You're out there with this 10 years, but it's under 90 basis points. What good would that do for the economy?
well, the bigger issue would be how do we get to a place where we can finally relief? The fiscal package, if it were to come, would be quite helpful. There is still money that's available in some of the facilities that we have, and I would, if we're not going to get additional fiscal relief, look to find ways to repurpose that to get it much more targeted to those sectors and areas where there's need. And so for me, I think we're going to be as creative as possible and take the environment and the economy as it is, and just try to make sure that we're as much as possible to maximize their impact.
President Foster, a question I'm sure you've been waiting for. Your name has been mentioned as a possible Treasury Secretary. Would you be interested in the job?
Well, I see the list like everyone else, and I have to say it's incredibly flattering to be on those lists. But to be honest, I'm not thinking about that so much. And, we'll see what happens. I've not talked to anyone in the administration. And right now, I'm just keeping my head down and trying as much as possible to make sure that we know what's happening with the economy. I know what's happening with my team and staff, and we are prepared to act as possible.
President Foster, thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Steve, it's good to see you, and you can call me right here.
Treat everybody with the same respect. Thanks very much, Raphael. Back to Mike. All right, Steve, thank you very much. Coming up, Jim Cramer on the Dow's march to 30,000, which on Fox News this morning. And jump into pharmacy needs for the company's future and for rival drugstores. Plus, Taylor Swift's early changing hands again. The superstar is not happy about it. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. Introduced to us as John.
It's tough to trade up to Schwab. The firm invested in helping you become a better trader. Get commission-free online stock, ETF, and options trades. A better place for traders. It started in 1898, helping clients and communities invest in hospitals, schools, and bridges, farmland, and forests. It's the home of modern businesses and sustainable. It continues today, more than 120 years later, investing to make an enduring impact on our world.
Yeah, but it can help with expensive health insurance.
Need help with expenses? Health insurance doesn't cover everything. It's an oops. Capital gives testimony on big tech content. Province Rise, the new restrictions. Plus, retail earnings picture. Spark on the street, 9 a.m. Eastern today. Selling a home is expensive and stressful, so we set out to create a better home site with a network of the most successful real estate agents in America. They'll sell your home, save commission. The icing on the cake was the idea they gave us that we saved $12,000 commission.
Process was amazing, and I would definitely recommend it.
You're not a discount for it. These are top-level agents that'll get you the best results. Made in
they represent. With the product, you could tell that there's extreme craftsmanship.
Thing, and it's a pan until made in
The pots and pans that I'm using on an everyday basis are going to create wonderful products in my kitchen.
Those are the pans and pans I made.
CNBC headquarters, and a man I've been waiting to talk to all morning this morning, Jim Cramer. Jim, I have been dying to have you on to ask you what you think about Walmart and Home Depot, because these companies performed on every cylinder, did everything you could possibly ask for as an investor, and yet both of those stocks, those Dow components, are down, and it's dragging down the overall average. Does this make sense to you?
Look, I think this is modernified. I mean, I think people just say this was the peak. It can't get better. I disagree with that. I think that Walmart's 149. Home Depot's a little bit harder because they're doing this Home Depot's EHD supply. But I just think that this is just one of those trades where people say, look, I want the companies that are big. I'd rather have Southwest Air, for instance, than Home Depot or Walmart. And I think that there's been relentless pressure all morning. Right? These are the thing important. It's almost as if someone has decided, look, this is my great opportunity to get out. I'm going to bang them down. And I think that a Walmart should be bought at 149, if that's where it was a few seconds ago, simply just because this was just an amazing number. And they're going to wipe out all the competition because they don't have any stimulus from Washington, and Walmart is just going to finish off who it hasn't beat, with the exception of Amazon.
Here's what I don't get. If people thought, okay, this is as good as it's going to get, why did they wait until today to sell these stocks? I mean, you could have figured that out yesterday, last week. Beyond that, I mean, the numbers today, there was nothing in these reports that made me think, oh, okay, this is the reason they're topping out.
You're right, but I mean, if you take a look, say, at the cruise lines, they go up relentlessly. Why? Because they are stocks that do well when we open up. And Walmart, no. I mean, there's kind of an obvious nature of trading that has started since we've had younger investors come in, and they're like, wow, Walmart, holy cow, don't want to own that one. And I just find that you have to just kind of dance around them when you have companies that are doing as well as Walmart is with that online number. Walmart is a secular winner, and I think that if you sell it, I want to buy it.
It reminds me of what they used to say, some of the older reporters when I started out at the Wall Street Journal. You know, there are no new stories, just new reporters. No new stories, just new traders.
Well, and look, we do have a lot of younger people that maybe, I don't know if they go to Walmart or not, they think that Amazon is everything. So if Amazon comes in, whoever they come in against is the Death Star. And I get that. I mean, there is drug, again, I don't know, we'll wait for David to come up with something again. Drug again, I don't know. I'm trying to come up with something. I'm looking at David, he's barely smiling. No, he's really smiling. But you know, I look at the drugstores, remember, second day, Becky, not today. The second day is the day because people say, oh my. And that's what happened last time around when they bought PillPack. So don't be diving in there because it's not the people tomorrow will discover. Okay.
Jim, thank you. We're going to see you in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
Bye, Jim. Bye, David.
All right, check out the big name pharmacy stocks this morning getting hammered. Amazon is launching Amazon pharmacy known as Henry Blodgett, insider, CEO, co-founder Henry, of course, put a $400 price target on Amazon in 1998 on prospects for getting into this pharmacy business. Maybe it was on getting, we talked about this earlier, maybe it was on getting into web services. No, maybe it was on getting into everything. You had no idea, Blodgett. Nobody did, except one guy, maybe, who has that laugh. And I mean, is he not the coolest? I mean, he's unbelievable, isn't he? To persevere through all that, you know, all the negativity and all the skepticism, and to bring it to this point. I mean, he's like a demigod to me. Anyway. No, Jeff Bezos? Yeah, not you. Yeah, Jeff. Yeah, you too. You too. Yeah, Bezos. I mean, think about that. And look at one man's life to do that.
Yeah, I didn't see all of it. Obviously, nobody did. But they had a great team. They had a massive opportunity, and I think they've outperformed anybody's wildest imagination 20 years ago. It's been extraordinary to watch.
And what inning are we
No, I don't need to stop.
I mean, is day one. That's what Jeff keeps preaching, and he said on the record, look, someday we're going to go bankrupt. I want to stave that off as long as possible by being as innovative as possible, and they're continuing to do that. And one great thing about this business, which Jeff actually pointed out to me, he invested in Insider Inc. a long time ago, and one of the things he said is, like the media business, it's like commerce. It's not a winner-take-all game. You just try and gain a little bit of share, and that's what's going to happen now in pharmacy. Amazon will gain a little bit of share. They don't need to obliterate everybody. They just need to have a great service and gain some share and keep growing, and that's what they've done for 20 years.
Pretty amazing. I'm not even. It says we're going to be bankrupt someday. Don't you think that's just everybody associated with them and Amazon's success, just not the restaurant? I just think
Absolutely. They've
no, it's not going to happen. We're all going to be there, though. We'll all be dead someday anyway. I mean, we know that, but it doesn't mean we'll all be bankrupt. You see Amazon ever going bankrupt now?
I certainly hope not, and no, but I do think the lifespan of a lot of companies is shorter than they seem at the time when they're at their most magnificent and seemingly completely unassailable. And you look at the fortunes of GE and so many other companies that were just incredible 20 years ago.
Be the smartest guy on the planet. How would you disrupt Amazon? What does that look like?
I think you keep chipping away at little areas. You find things that don't need to be shipped anymore. Amazon's going to be doing that too. But the way to compete with a generalist, which is what Amazon is to go into a niche and do it way better than the generalist can do it. And ultimately, the generalist either has to buy you or is forced to work around you. I think that's the way to compete, and that's the way we've seen media over the last 10 to 15 years, is you have these amazing niches that companies come in and they do it much better than the existing companies, and they grab a toehold, and then they can grow from there. So I think that's the only...
Amazon's size and scope allows them to be okay with the slimmest of margins that other people can't be okay with.
Yes, and they've had a very different philosophy for 20 years, which is instead of sitting there having the highest margin you can have and letting the cash pile up behind you, they've reinvested every dollar of margin in prices, in building new things, so forth. And boy, as you suggested in the beginning, was that ridiculed for 10 to 15 years. And boy, has it produced a valuable company now. And obviously, AWS is throwing off a ton of cash, so they don't have to worry about that now. But they continue to do that on the retail side, continue to reinvest their margin in lower prices, which is great for today, and new investments.
Yeah. So just specifically about this latest deal, is there enough for everyone to switch to this model? Becky has a lot of reasons for for having a relationship with the local pharmacy. Is that going to fall by the wayside? I guess we don't do that at the local hardware store anymore, do we?
No, I think that's the point that I made before, though. For Amazon, they don't need to get the whole thing. They just need to get some of it. And for some people, it's going to be easier to now sign up for a subscription or get all your pharmacological needs from Amazon. It's going to be easier. Lots of people will continue to prefer their own stores, and that's fine. This is not a winner-take-all game. We saw amazing numbers from Walmart this morning. You can have many companies succeed here. It doesn't just have to be one of them, but obviously some will lose a little bit.
Henry, thank you. Who would have known?
And that's 67 in today's split.
67. Okay, 67. See, you were so wrong. You gotta think long term. You gotta think long term. You got Hillary for it at the time. Anyway, thanks, Henry Blodgett. You were great. Good to see you. I thought I called him a demigod. Did you see that? He goes, I don't know if I'm not Bezos. Anyway, a final check on the markets.
you can see, given back some of the recent gains, except the NASDAQ, which had been, they don't move in the same way anymore. Stay at home versus open up versus vaccines and everything else. Santoli? Yeah. Got a little confusing there with Santelli. You handled it though. I think he tossed back to you.
Yeah, I know my name. It's been a while. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is me. Becky, you didn't get to jump it. I said. Alright, so I'm gonna spoil it for everyone. Spell trouble. Make sure you join us. Make sure you join us. Squawk on the Street is next.
Tuesday morning, welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Pizza Imaging, bringing my David Faber. Futures are getting back some of Monday's record highs. And in a truckload of news, retail earnings, Amazon launching pharmacy, Tesla into the S&P, Berkshire's 13F, and much more. Retail sales were light, but up for a 6 month. We're going to get into it. The Amazon drugstore, the retail giant will ship prescriptions to Prime members. CVS, Walgreens, Friday, and I'll take a hit. Plus, the COVID consumer, Walmart, Home Depot, and Kohl's among the retailers that are reporting earnings today. Walmart, by the way, another one says e-commerce sales up 79%. And Elon Musk's billions, Tesla's getting a spot in the S&P 500. It is amongst the highest valued companies that ever entered the benchmark. Number 3, that is the third richest person in the world. Indeed, guys. Well, we'll start with the retail picture this morning. Jimmy, been pretty vocal as to the investor response on Home Depot and Walmart. I guess that's related to the news out of Amazon.
Yeah, well, by the way, those stocks continue with new reports of Amazon is always something we have to pay attention to. I remember when Amazon built back to this drugstores got killed. I also point out that Walmart's online. Yeah, David, that's not going to go away. You could argue, someone could argue that's the peak. I would argue that Amazon and Walmart have taken so much share in this country, and that you cannot dismiss what Walmart's done in terms of permanence, David. It's not just the pandemic. It really changed the way people think. And I think a lot of people in New York are snobs. They don't understand how Walmart has integrated itself into the part of about 200 million people's lives.
Yeah, well, listen, there's lots of space that Walmart could conceivably avail itself of. They can create a superstore given how much space there is in terms of retail right. And you fit a newly aggressive or more aggressive Amazon, Tim. Amazon's never anything but aggressive. And I think that shows it today. I've made this point before. I mean, put in relentless.com. What do you get? What does it send you to? Oh, no, really? Yeah, of course you know, but I brought this up before.
Well,
it sends you to Amazon.
We've been waiting for this. You're absolutely right. We've been waiting for this.
There's nothing that Amazon won't. I mean, they just continue to constantly be as aggressive as they possibly can be. And this is an opportunity in terms of pharmaceuticals that has been one that people have been focused on for the company for some time. Certainly since the announcement of the deal to acquire PillPack, which was back in June of 2018. June 28, 2018, they announced that. And then the licenses that we saw medical devices over some period of time. People were focused on that thing. No, they're not going to necessarily compete, Jim, in pharmacy. But then the PillPack acquisition, then questions, then CBC.com even reporting, right? What was that? Early this year that they trademarked Amazon Pharmacy in all sorts of places, international places.
All right, so GoodRx beat the Grim Reaper coming public. How about the fact that they decisively can go against CVS and Walmart? CVS and let's say who else is going to get the Walgreens? Right, they're both going to get the vaccine.
Oh, the vaccine, right? Yes. Let's start with the GoodRx is a company you fought. Plus, we had Doug Hirsch on what Friday. I mean, it's down 10%. Does it deserve to be?
Let's get one. I think that Walmart seems to be offering a similar service to them, except for that we think everything will go to the drugstore. The real thing is whether we should be buying it. We have to. That's the way America is.
You can just put it for your grocery shop. I mean, 80% of outpatient prescriptions, about a $400 billion market, are available for mail order. 80% of outpatient prescriptions. I mean, Carl, I'm talking about 84 million people. Let's, we don't know the number, they never gave it to us. Let's assume 84, 85 million people have Prime in the United States right now.
I think it's 100. Yeah. I mean, Carl, I gotta tell you, think of it. Amazon is the lowest price. If there's anybody who worries about their privacy with Amazon, I mean, there was a time where I think people said, I don't want them to have my information. I think that the drugstores have done a disservice. I don't think that their pharmacies are neighborhood pharmacies for the most part. So, Carl, the linkage between the neighborhood pharmacy and the customer, I think, is broken, and this is a good time for Amazon.
Well, as you guys point out, PillPack was a 2018 deal, so this has been in the ether out there for quite some time, Jim. The Depot's the other amazing story. Our Robert Hahn points out that this morning that through Q3, Jim, about $100 billion in revenue. That is not that far from the entire year last year of $110 billion, and comps up 24, inventory up 2. Average ticket up 10, traffic up 13. It's an amazing set of metrics.
It's not enough. And I think that, again, the stock has run up, but there's also a definitive housing trend. The housing stocks peaked when Pfizer came out with its vaccine. And David, you know, there's the pre-Pfizer world and the post. And as soon as we got the possibility of nationwide vaccine, there are stocks that have been people have been running from like you wouldn't believe, and they were the stocks that people got excited about because we didn't think that we would have a vaccine anytime soon.
And we saw that last week, and then we saw it again yesterday in the response to the Moderna news about 94.5% effectiveness for their potential vaccine candidate, both of which we could be seeing fairly soon, at least hopefully being actually put into people's arms, let's call it by early next year, most vulnerable. But Jim, does it make sense? Have we gone too far, one trade to the other? Are we not taking account of the economic devastation that is going to be the case for a lot of small businesses over the next couple of months as coronavirus cases?
That's why I want to buy Walmart. States. If I can buy Walmart under 150, that's a nice turn from where it was at 154 because there's no stimulus. So it's too far. The general distribution, the vaccine, David, is too far versus the competition that must go under because the balance sheets of anybody, I mean, this is like the restaurants where 40% are going under. The balance sheets can't be sustained against one. Even grocery stores will have to examine whether grocery stores, let alone more places like King's, that go bankrupt. It is really a remarkable time because I think that Walmart is the Darwinian winner of the brick and mortar. And to get rid of that stock right now is very short-sighted. Very.
So the landscape will simply be Walmart, a Target here,
Just
Home
be
Depot, and virtually Costco and Bristol.
I think they're going to be in contact with Costco. I did.
And then guys on the street delivering your house.
Yeah, I think that's so. And why not? Why not? That's the way of the future. We can't fight it. Carl, Costco last night gives $10 to their customers to go down to their owners because the balance sheet's so great. They're actually
Special dividend. Yeah.
Special dividend, Carl. I mean, just put it in my pocket, please. And this is a great time for Costco. And no samples.
It's the fourth special dividend in the past 8 years. It's also the largest. And Jim, we talk about it all the time. Costco investors basically live for two things: membership fee increases and special dividends.
Yeah, Costco is a business where all you got to do is see how many people are signing up and you know how they're doing because they don't want to necessarily make a lot of money. When I was out in Seattle, David, I don't know if you ever drink wine, but they had Camus well below what a distributor can get it at before they mark it.
Really?
Yes.
Like that.
Good years,
I
too.
like to drink the Camus that you buy at your parties.
Yes.
In fact, I don't leave that area when they're actually pouring it.
The special 40-year?
Yes.
But it is a remarkable thing to see the prices of Costco. But remember, they want you as a member, and that's how they make their money. And they're just they are just now going to storm China. Can you imagine? much storm shine. But storm it, really? Just take it by storm? You know, Walmart tried to do that a number of years back, or having been there. It's gone okay.
They opened their first one, and then they had to close at midday because there were so many customers.
Yes, that happens. That happens. That happened with Walmart too, though. We'll see.
Well, Mr. Negative.
No, I'm not being negative. China's an incredibly important market. We know companies, we have them on all the time that have had success there, such as Apple and Starbucks.
Yeah, and Biden, man, we haven't even talked, Carl, about the definitive nature of people who try to say that Vice President or President-elect Biden is going to be similar to Trump when it comes to China. That's nonsense. I mean, Biden's going to default to the old way, which is that TPP, and let's get all the allies together, and let's not do anything alone. And I think the people who think, I mean, he's not an America firster, he's a world, you know, he's a world owner, to quote Wendell Willkie. I really believe that this is a very different time that we're about to go into, and that there was Chief President Clinton is saying that there is, that it's on shape. I think that Biden is going to be, he's going to come in peace. He's going to come in peace. Enough saber rattling. He's not going to tweet shit, you know. It's not going to tweet. I don't think he's going to tweet anything.
Yeah. And Paulson had some thoughts on how Biden's going to put China into a framework earlier in the week. Pretty interesting comments. I did notice, Jim, that the Journal has a story about Chinese companies listed here. According to the Journal, and looking at an SEC plan, need to have auditors.
You could necessarily argue that the Communist parties have things they got planned.
No, and after the Communist Party, that's certainly the case with TikTok. You hear it all the time. Do they really have access to? Can they get access to whatever they want? Case, we know. Listen, I think it's a very well-run company. Don't forget, these are companies also that are developing. You know, we think of them perhaps in a different way. They're developing AI, for example, whether it's ByteDance or Tencent. They are developing a level of artificial intelligence that rivals, if not exceeds, what we've got going on here. Yeah, and Carl, that's a really important development as well. As we talk about the competition between.
So much to get to this morning. RTX and Berkshire getting back into equities in a big way. Tesla joining the S&P. Dorsey and Zuckerberg in front of Senate Judiciary later on today. And of course, Powell, what might he say about the Fed's efforts perhaps to supplement the lack of stimulus? Futures are weak on the Dow. Back on that.
This CNBC program is sponsored by Capgemini.
The future. You can't always see what's coming, but the decisions you make right now help you build a better one. You want a future where technology can change your business or empowers it. Capgemini. Get the future you want.
Getting healthcare. A big moment for your employees. Big moment for you. And it all happens thanks to the experts at Paychex. When you track hours for dozens or thousands of employees, the Paychex suite of payroll solutions can handle it all. They have state-of-the-art 50 years and thousands of experts in payroll, HR, benefits, and insurance. Go to paychex.com/future. You know what hurts. But you know what's famous? Using ZocDoc to book a same-day appointment with a doctor who takes your insurance. ZocDoc makes healthcare easy.
Attorney, healthcare proxy, video, power attorney, and other financial records to ensure that the wishes are carried out.
It costs over $1,000, but you could start by just doing a basic bill online. Bottom line is you gotta do it. It's such an important thing that you can actually control. Financial wellness at CNBC. Invest in you.
surging in the pre-market on news it will be added to the S&P prior to the opening of trading on December 21. The highest valued companies ever to enter the index, and its market value about $387 billion. That's based on the close. Makes it more valuable than 95% of the companies currently in the S&P. Jim, if you take current trading into account, of course, the market cap is.
I think they're baffled. I really don't think they know how to handle this. What do? You can't have the S&P 500 only have 497 companies. Although I've heard people on air sometimes say there are 500 companies in the S&P. Shocker. I don't know what they would do. I mean, they can't. What do they knock out? They can't knock out the smalls. It doesn't do anything. David, when they balance this, I think it is going to be. They almost seem to have to make everything small.
Right. I guess, but well, we've talked about though the influence of these mega cap companies on the index itself.
Yeah.
For the longest time, I always drew the distinction between the Dow and the S&P in part because one's a price weighted index, one's market weighted. But the fact is that Apple and Alphabet and Amazon and Microsoft, and then you get down a little bit, all right, Facebook and then Tesla. They have enormous impact on the movement of the index itself. It's only what 6, 7 companies,
and that's why I think that you see a lot of these younger investors saying, you know what, I'm going to pick the best of the best. This index doesn't necessarily represent what I want, which is a piece of America. It represents a piece of about 7 companies. And I think the younger people are not fooled. They just see they do like ETFs, but they like to buy individual stocks that they think are going to be right. And that's been their pattern, Carl. Younger people are really in to certain stocks. They love NEO. You just yawned at my analysis.
I was not on television, and it was something I couldn't help.
But you questioned it.
Yeah, everybody, he's looking at me even though he's talking and I'm not on TV. And yes, I'm brief, catching my breath.
I mean, NEO analysis.
I was listening to NEO. Go ahead, tell me about the young people in NEO. I want to hear about it.
The younger people, Carl, the younger people are transfixed. They love to buy sovereign properties when there's good news about retail sales. And anytime that anyone says, you know what, I might choose, like Norwegian Cruise Lines, if they offer, and I think they're going to, a test from CVS, and everyone's got to be tested, test, and they come out and issue a release, they will buy Norwegian Cruise Lines. They are kings of the obvious. That's what they like. They like the obvious. And Tesla goes up, well, let's buy Tesla. How about hydrogen? Let's buy hydrogen. I mean, it's like they are herd animals. They are herd animals. Hey, you know what? The Steelers are in first place. Let's buy the Steelers. That's the way they think. They do.
Jim, it's working for you.
It is good. That's my point. That's why my point is that the S&P 500 is old-fashioned to these
Understood, but it was a number of months back when we all thought, well, we're going to probably watch this new cohort drop off, but they haven't.
No, they're more involved than ever, and they're smart. And Carl, they're fun. They love it. They love individual stocks. Even if we think that they only love indices, Carl, they love stocks, and I think it's fantastic.
We hope it works out for them, guys. Let's take a break. There's still a lot more to get to with the opening bell in 10 minutes. Don't go away.
You guys have work day now.
Yeah, you're a great partner.
Insight.
Like having a business day.
Yeah, we're going on Saturday.
And most of the books, team's already finished, took half the time. And there's an opportunity in New York. What about boosting production? Well, not till spring. Not this quarter.
Workday, a finance, HR, and planning firm like no other.
This restaurant is selling to higher levels of cleanliness.
This sucks. I want better analysis. Deflationary money is popular. Wait a second. That's scary. That's scary.
Copilot Assist with Interview Link, available on the all-new
need money to stay home. They had money to stay home last year. The number 5 is pretty great. We're going to see a spike, I think, in unemployment. But I don't know, does the president, current president, David, like, I know he won the election according to his Twitter feed, but he's a minority in that.
Yes, yes.
Right? You're definitive.
Yeah, be definitive on that because we live in.
You're right against the president.
Right against the president. Because when it comes to making financial decisions, you can't actually rely on fiction. So
Yes, I agree with you, and I think that what's happened with stimulus, there's a lot of people who are out of luck.
Yeah, and it doesn't appear that we're going to get certainly not between now and January 20th, and it's very much unclear, which, as we all, most people we'd be happy to sign off, willing to, particularly when see coming the idea that hey, the reopening is not that far away. So the numbers that those in the House have once hoped for, I mean, that's just they should have taken the deal and had a chance. There was a chance. If there was, people say they should have, but it was never clear what McConnell would have gone for anyway.
Scrooge ain't delivering no turkey or vaccine in this one. Right? I mean, this is
it's going to be a rough.
It's going to be a very tough Christmas. But do you think they care? They're so busy fighting each other. Well, it's a disgrace.
I'm not gonna try to get into their heads, so that's dangerous territory. I will ask you though, and the notion that the Fed feels they need to do something in its place, right? Either the monthly case of asset purchases, we're currently running 80 billion a month, but I've seen projections that say they could take it to 120.
Well, I mean, that man has a heart. He's exactly what's happening. Really commend him for recognizing the American tragedy that's developing between here and the vaccine, because he knows that there are a lot of stores, a lot of restaurants that cannot sustain this downturn. David, when I look at the Darden stock, which is above where it was before the pandemic, what that says to me is every other Italian place that you want to go is falling apart versus Olive Garden, David.
It's going to be a very, very tough go for any restaurants in the Northeast or any area, frankly, that is going to get cold. I mean, I just think it's as simple as that, given all the restrictions, Carl, that you just went through, and more to come. And obviously, the area we know well in the New York area, what they're going to go through. It's, without any more PPP money or any more government aid, it's not going to be good.
Yeah, but Carl, we have to watch Peloton. Peloton is the tail of the tape.
Why?
Well, because if there's a big lockdown that's going to last forever, people are going to start buying Pelotons again.
Yeah.
That was the way it worked. That was the Peloton indicator, kind of like the lipstick indicator of the old days, David. The Peloton indicator. Carl, I don't know. I mean, David Costin, I really love. He's very, he's prolific. He's a prolific fellow. He was saying that healthcare is the cheapest it's been, since when Clinton went to Merck at Rahway and almost destroyed them and said, basically, look, you guys are a bunch of jokers, right in front of Dr. Vagelos, who's the chairman right now of Regeneron. Remember them? Because you take 2 Regeneron and you're better, David. I think that we have to look at healthcare after this decline. I urge people to look at McKesson, because McKesson is the company that's distributing the vaccine, and they're going to do a great job. And I think that that's a 9 times earnings now. That is too cheap. So I like some of these stocks coming down.
Yeah.
We can't just give up on everything.
Guys, let's get back to the Amazon effect this morning, because we saw the red on the real-time exchange. I mean, there's a good amount of it just as a result of Amazon's announcing Amazon Pharmacy, prescription medications delivered from Amazon. Of course, Prime members can access savings on medications at Amazon Pharmacy when paying without insurance as well. And they're talking at over 50,000 other participating pharmacies nationwide. Big savings is what they're offering. Obviously, free delivery within 2 days as well. Let's just go through some of the names. Well, there you see them. Rite Aid, Walgreens, CVS, GoodRx, of course, all getting hammered on this move in. But also the drug distributors. Don't forget them. I don't know if we have Cardinal Health or McKesson. Interestingly, AmerisourceBergen actually is is PillPack's distributor.
Yes,
but I don't know if that necessarily extends to Amazon Pharmacy, because remember, PillPack is going to still be operated as a distinct service for customers who manage their multiple daily.
Oh, you're right, David. Look at how little look at how little they're down.
Yeah, so that's not down as much.
No, and
Cardinal
ABC.
Health, obviously McKesson, and then we saw all the big drug chains. Well, CVS and Walgreens being the key ones.
CVS split in, and now maybe we know why, right?
Yeah.
Look at that stuff. It's just getting hammered. Karen Lynch, new CEO. How are we doing on getting some people on to talk about it, Paul? Yeah, because I don't know. I mean, it's like friendly fire there among the drug companies. These companies love each other. Frankly, it's kind of a nice. I don't know. It's not an oligopoly, but this destroys whatever pricing they have. The umbrella.
Yeah. In the meantime, guys, Pfizer did pick Rhode Island, Texas, New Mexico, and Tennessee for their vaccine delivery pilot program, which is starting to get off the ground. They chose those 4 states because of their different population personalities. The other thing, Jim, 2 things. One is Masa-san is telling our Andrew Ross Sorkin a deal book about his goals in terms of raising for what he calls a worst case scenario. He says he's very pessimistic in the near term. The other is B of A and their fund manager survey, Jim, which although is the most bullish of the year so far, Hartnett says sell the vaccine in coming days and weeks, as we think we are close to what they're calling full bull.
Wow. Everybody who's tried to call a top here in anything has been completely wrong. I don't know where that money's going to go. It stays in. I mean, does it go to machinery? Those stocks are up big. Does it go to the autos? Those stocks are up big. My experience in this market is that the money doesn't leave. It just doesn't leave. It's committed to stocks. There's still a lot of money on the sidelines. David, we have seen multiple expansion like you wouldn't believe. There's a note from Bernstein today talking about how CapEx is down. And that has increased the possibility of the cash flow and the earnings.
Yes.
And maybe that's why the price earnings multiple has expanded. It wasn't like Tony Sacconaghi said, and this is a good reason to buy it. But there are companies that are doing remarkable things with their cash flow. And a lot of the margins have been expanding in tech. Do they go back to tech?
Don't they always?
They always do.
It always seems as though they
because they love growth. They go back to Snowflake, David. Snowflake.
Has Snowflake's price to revenue multiples come in a lot, Jim? I haven't even.
It's 100 times sales, but easy come, easy go.
Yeah. 100 years worth of sales. I mean, obviously, we know those sales are going to go up dramatically.
It's Slootman, David.
Right.
It's the Flying Dutchman.
Right.
No one's ever defeated Slootman.
No. Masa-san's pretty tough to defeat, too. He's had some rough goes at things. Carl mentioned it earlier. Andrew Ross Sorkin, holding his annual Deal Book Conference, did interview Masa. But there was a back and forth that wasn't particularly in terms of at least the near term with the pandemic. Take a listen.
Well, as I said, the short run, I'm pessimistic that it's still increasing the second wave or third wave of the COVID-19 around the world. And of course, the vaccine is coming, medical antibodies coming, but who knows? In the next 2-3 months, any disaster could happen. So we're just preparing for the worst case scenario.
But for the audience, I hate to be pessimistic given your optimism about life usually. What does that worst case scenario look like to you?
Look, before mass production, distribution of the antibodies, the vaccine comes, some major company could crash. The savior of those collapse of the domino effect could happen. Like a Lehman crisis, just one bank crisis made entire the banking industry shake up, and that made worldwide crash of the stock market. So anything can happen in this kind of situation. I think it's getting better with the news of the vaccine success of the early test, but I still want to be prepared for the worst case scenario.
Listening to Masa, Jim, particularly given what SoftBank has had a very interesting year, let's call it.
Yeah.
Elliott got in the shares. They suddenly really changed their strategy in many ways, monetized an enormous amount of assets, bought back an enormous amount of stock. We talked about their day trading, their use of enormous options positions. Not clear that they've done particularly well in that. Some of those technology companies late in the summer that they were buying.
That was P.
But you heard him. He says he's preparing, at least wants to be prepared for a worst case scenario. Seems unclear, but making allusions to Lehman Brothers and the banking crisis of 12 years ago.
What's exactly based on his view, do you think? Well, it's his view.
Yeah.
But I find it troubling that he could be as bullish as he was on the most extended part of the market and then talk about how he's not good near term unless the calls ran out.
I don't know about where they stand in their options position, which had been fairly low. But again, Lawson's had another come from death. He's near death experience with WeWork and everything going against him, and then kind of really turning it around and realizing a lot of what had been undervalued assets at SoftBank for some time and started to realize the value of it. Well, not to mention the ARM transaction, not to mention, they've gone through so many different things. Yeah.
But you know what? It's a good segue into Warren Buffett.
Yeah.
Carl. Buffett blew out of his bank stocks after really sticking by them for ages. He blew out of them and is buying pharma a la Costins. These are once in a lifetime cheap as they've been. But when I was chilled by the fact that Warren Buffett blew out of the banks, because I thought that he could, I guess he still has a lot of Bank of America, but he blew out JP Morgan like another moron.
Yeah.
And Jamie Dimon, by the way, is with Andrew's thing tomorrow. Maybe Andrew asks him directly.
Yeah, along with Ruth Porat tomorrow. But you're right. Raise the stakes in Bank of America, lowered the stake in JPM, and liquidated Costco. Jim, I thought that was interesting too.
Yeah, liquidated Costco. I thought that's a mistake. Well, it is a mistake. It's just been nothing but up since he sold it. It's been nothing but up since it came public.
It's done pretty well with that Apple position.
Yes.
Which is by far the largest.
And that was because he saw people with this at Dairy Queen.
Yeah.
Right?
There you go.
I haven't gotten any calls at all. I think David gets a lot of calls. I'll take a picture of David.
I do get a lot of calls.
Yeah. That's good. I'm going to post that.
Guys, all sectors are red. I got the VIX back above 23. Let's get to Bob Bassani. Hey, Bob.
Yeah, it's sort of a stay-at-home day for the stock market, Carl. Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. 4-1 declining to advancing stocks. We kind of see a reversal here of that vaccine hopes, you could say, today. Energy, banks, leaders yesterday, laggards today. Industrials also laggards. Tech down a little bit here. Consumer discretionary is doing a little bit better because consumer discretionary is where a lot of those stay-at-home stocks are today. So if you look at the few stocks that are on the upside, most of them are in that consumer discretionary group. So Amazon's trading up about 1%. eBay, Domino's, if you put up some of those there, Domino's flattish. Etsy, Best Buy, all those stocks, stay-at-home stocks doing a little bit better. Meantime, money is definitely coming into the stock market. One of the reasons I pay close attention to the exchange-traded fund industry, the ETFs, is you can watch the money flows. You can watch because there are shares created and redeemed depending upon the demand for it. And there's been a lot of money in the last several weeks going into the equity market. There's been particularly large inflows into large and small cap equities, plain vanilla, S&P 500 index funds, Russell 2000 index funds, big inflows into those in the last several weeks. Generally, there have been outflows from Treasury ETFs, finally, and even some outflows from the biggest gold ETF, the GLD. That's interesting as well. By the way, the ETF business now passed $5 trillion in assets under management. That's a new record. We're probably going to see an all-time record for inflows this year, and a lot of it, as I mentioned, in the last few weeks. Hey, speaking of money coming off the sidelines, did you see this, the fund flows here from the Bank of America Global Fund Manager Survey? This is a survey of global fund managers. These guys are really bullish right now. I realize these numbers here. Cash levels, 4.1%. That is a very, very low number. It hasn't been below 4% since 2013. All right, it's not below it yet, but you get the idea. They're taking money and putting it into the markets. 84% believe that global profits will be improving in 2021, and that may seem like not a lot, but that's the highest level since 2002. That's the most bullish they've been on global profits improving in 18 years. And of course, not surprisingly, the most crowded trade is long tech. People have been knowing that for a while, and we've been seeing money coming out of that. As far as Tesla going into the S&P 500, this is a very good teaching moment to remind people about the power of the indexers and the power of passive investing. So there's about $30 trillion in assets under management at the S&P 500. That's about 80% of the market value of the entire United States stock market. Passive investors own about 25%, those indexers. That's why when Tesla goes in the S&P, those passive investors have to buy it. This is why we pay attention. There's an awful lot of money indexed to the S&P 500. As for what it might do to the S&P, it's very interesting because Tesla's going to be in the consumer discretionary section. And right now, Amazon's the big dog in the consumer discretionary section. If you put that up, it's 40% Amazon of the S&P consumer discretionary group right now. If you put Tesla in, it's 35%. So it's going to be 4%, 5% lower than it was before. Tesla's going to be about 10% of the consumer discretionary group and about 1% of the S&P 500. And Carl, here's something important. Tesla is not going in at 100% of the market cap. It's only going in at 80% of its market cap because 20% isn't publicly available. So the way I figure it right now, Tesla will probably be about number 14 or number 15 somewhere in the S&P 500, somewhere right around Nvidia's market cap and Home Depot's market cap. Maybe 380, 300. It was 386 yesterday. It'll be a little bit less than that. So, important thing is, big day for Tesla. Back to you, Carl.
Yes, better late than never, Bob. Thanks. I know Santelli's watching yields and yuan and euro. Let's get to it.
I'm watching all of those. Let's start out with interest rates. We had a lot of data points today. We're a bit light on retail sales. Industrial production, though, surprised with some strength. Looking at intraday chart, we traded down to 86 basis points. Was, if you look at a two-day chart, below yesterday's 87 basis point low. That's important. So we now sit down 4 basis points. We still have some data points left. But the important part is, as you look at a month-to-date chart, we're losing a little bit of that momentum. So it's going to be very important to keep a very close eye on stocks today, because stocks is the magic elixir that could give the extra kick to push those rates back up. If you look at that month-to-date chart, what should jump out at you is last Wednesday was the high watermark close going all the way back to pre-COVID, basically March, where we settled at 98 basis points. Now let's switch gears and look at what's going on with regard to the Chinese yuan versus the dollar. The dollar now is at a 29-month low, going all the way back to June of 2018. And the euro currency is at a 6-month low, sitting at the same place it was November 2nd. We need to pay close attention because we have a good look at what's going on with Chinese economy, looking at its currency. Carl, Jim, David, back to you.
All right, Rick, thank you very much. So obviously unwinding some of yesterday's gains back to essentially Friday's levels. The number of green Dow components has dwindled to Salesforce and Merck. We're back in a moment.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
From tap-to-pay technology to mobile point of sale, make purchasing easier for your customers with Adyen. Discover a seamless way to let customers pay with touch-free payments. Boundaries.
Your house is your future. Protected from unexpected expenses. Leaf Filter prevents damage to your home and keeps loved ones safe. Because at Leaf Filter, your safety is our priority. You're at home and see things that need work. But gutter cleaning is dangerous. With Leaf Filter, you don't have to climb a ladder to clean your gutters. Protect your home and your future. Call us at 833-LEAF FILTER or visit getleaffilter.com for a free estimate.
Some trends are so influential they can move entire sectors of the market. Take demographics. Our aging population can impact the performance of all healthcare companies, but selecting precisely which companies will benefit can be challenging. The Healthcare Sector Spider ETF offers the diversification of the entire healthcare sector while reducing single stock risk. The Healthcare Sector Spider, the next chapter in investing. For investing, consider the fund's investment objectives, risk charges, and expenses. Go to sectorspiders.com for prospectus containing this information. Read it carefully.
Just at home, staying safe with my family, working hard.
Love you all. Miss you all.
Stay safe.
These past few months haven't been easy, but they've reminded us that no matter what, there's no place like home. Now, with rates at historic lows, home has new meaning. Home means everything.
When I was in high school, this was a theater I came to quite often. Well, your friends, they came.
The support we've had over the last 2 months has been amazing. It's not just a work environment. Everyone here is family.
If you are ready to open your heart and your home, check us out.
We thought for sure that we were done. And this town said, not today.
Give customers access to precisely what they want when they need it the most. With Adyen, the payments platform that delivers convenience for all. Adyen, business, not boundaries.
There's only one winner. Your valuation is nuts. And only one. Now that is the winner. Shark Tank. Always be closing. Shark Tank. Tonight starting at 8 Eastern. CNBC. Get yours.
Take a look at some of the NASDAQ 100 gainers this morning. It's Tesla and Costco at the top, two names that we've already covered news-wise this morning. But Jim, stay-at-home narrative sort of stitched through there. EA, Activision, Take-Two, T-Mo, which of course was part of the Buffett 13F.
Nascent moves here. Now Take-Two was up 2. Now it's up a tough. You got to really fight the futures here. But we're seeing some traditional ones. Zoom up a little bit. Roku. I mean, those are the ones to watch. I think that there is. I mentioned Peloton as a great tell, but I think that look, the numbers are horrible about, and a lot of people are going to stay home, and this is the tail of the tape again. Geez, we're really reverting to where we were. It's rather amazing, David. The numbers are so horrendous, and there's no congressional. What are they doing down there? They take a break. Yeah. Little Thanksgiving dinner.
Carl, yeah. We keep saying it, but it's important to point out, given everything else, that we're not going in the right direction to COVID cases and hospitalizations.
In the meantime, the White House not really handing the baton to the Alexa transition team. Absolutely, guys.
Are you just going to the Giuliani thing? Your Giuliani tweet just now. Right.
How far does $1 million go in retirement? Like so much in life, it depends. Is your portfolio in stocks, or bonds, cash, gold? What if you plan for greater healthcare costs as you age? Where do you live? Cost of living makes a difference, as do market conditions. Bull or bear? Lots to think about. Fisher Investments can help.
Call now for your free Fisher Guide to 15-minute retirement plan and find out how long your portfolio will last, how much income you can take each year, how cost of living may impact your retirement, and more. Call Fisher Investments for your free guide. 1-800-330-0011.
For over 40 years, Fisher has helped investors achieve a comfortable retirement. If your portfolio is over $500,000 and you want to make your retirement last, call now.
Call now for your free retirement guide. Call 1-800-330-0011.
Don't just retire. Retire well. Strategy at the market's crucial moments.
Let's trade the cliff.
We're going inside the market zone for your uninterrupted coverage of the final minutes of trade.
Increasing better. Sponsored by E-Trade. Trade commission free today with no account minimums.
Since we started Warby Parker, our goal has been to sell high-quality eyewear in the most seamless way possible. Over the years, we've made it easier than ever to shop eyeglasses, sunglasses, and contacts. Try on frames and renew your prescription, all from your home or even your phone. So whether you're shopping in stores or online,
Look, if you're gonna learn something, learn it from the best. I'm talking Grammy gets Michelin stars, Emmy earning, Oscar winners, the MVPs, VIPs, and the GOATs. And they're all right here, waiting for you to see. Today's the day.
At Credible.com, we've helped tens of thousands of people save money by refinancing their student loans. In 3 minutes, we'll get you actual rates from multiple lenders. We could save you hundreds of dollars a month.
Visit Credible.com to see how much you could save.
Dorsey, Senate Judiciary, and testimony about content moderation. We'll keep you posted on that. Back in a minute.
Just keep kind there, gentle, sweet. You just be gentle with the students. Okay. And maybe I'll try to schedule it.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
Indeed.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. So you can start hiring right away. Claim your $75 credit when you post your first job at Indeed.com/home.
This is the investing book everyone is talking about. It's called Follow the Smart Money. And traders are lining up here to meet the authors, John and Pete Najarian, and get a free copy.
The smart money on Wall Street belongs to the big boys. They're the ones with the resources and technology to know before any of us when a stock is going to move. By following their trades the way we do, you gain their advantage and get in first, ahead of the herd on the smartest trades.
You see John and Pete Najarian on TV. Whether you trade stocks or options, this is how they pick their trades. And you don't have to be here to get your free copy. Call or go to followthesmartmoney.com right now. Just take care of delivery and it's yours free. Act quickly and you'll also get this companion DVD for free.
Call 800-850-3232 or go to followthesmartmoney.com now. That's 800-850-3232 or followthesmartmoney.com. That's followthesmartmoney.com.
Hey, our workers' comp insurance is expiring. Should I just renew it? Yeah, sure.
Hey there, small business owner. Pi Insurance here with some sweet advice to stop you from overpaying on workers' comp. Try Pi instead and save up to 30%. 30%? Really? Sure. Get a quote in 3 minutes at easiestpi.com.
That is easy.
So, need another reminder?
No, I'm good. Reminder for what?
Oh, yeah. Need workers' comp insurance? Get a quote in 3 minutes at easiestpi.com.
Jim, we can buy the stocks that do well during a pandemic. The stay-at-home place, and we can buy the recovery stocks that do well once we get a vaccine. That's why this market's been so robust. Watch or listen live on the CNBC app.
Jim, so Lordstown tonight?
Yes, Ticket to Ride, RIDE is the symbol, and Rockwell Automation, fresh off their analyst meeting. I can't wait to talk steeper.
Jim, we can't wait either. We'll see you at 6 o'clock. Bad Money, of course, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. It's a good hour. Good Tuesday morning, everybody. Welcome to Squawk in the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with David Faber and Kayla Tausche. Stocks are giving back some of yesterday's gains as we pay attention to retail earnings. Amazon getting into pharmacies, throwing a very large rock into the water. In the meantime, business inventories are out. Rick Santelli's got that. Rick?
Yes, this is the end of the third quarter numbers in September, and it jumped. September business inventory jumped up 0.7%. That is the strongest jump since January of 2018. And we know we need to build widgets if we're going to have a good holiday shopping season. So that is a bright spot. Now, let's aim east and go to Diana Owen for our November read on National Association of Home Builders Sentiment Index. Diana, is it a good number?
Rick, it is another blowout number from the home builders. Sentiment in November soared to 90 on the National Association of Home Builders Wells Fargo Housing Market Index. That's the third record high in as many months. Anything above 50 is considered positive. Last November, it was at 71, and at the start of the pandemic, it plummeted to 30. But buyer demand has been incredibly strong since then as consumers want more indoor and outdoor space out in the burbs. Now, the index's three components, current sales conditions rose 6 points to 96, sales expectations in the next 6 months up 1 point to 89, and buyer traffic up 3 points to 77. One note, the NHB said 69% of the responses for this survey were received before the presidential election was called by the media on November 7th. Mortgage rates have popped up slightly since then. Now, regionally, on a 3-month average, builder sentiment up everywhere, but strongest in the South and the West. And we get October's read on housing starts tomorrow morning, so that should show a nice pop as well. Kayla?
Diane Olick in D.C., thanks so much. Staying in the district, Mark Zuckerberg, Jack Dorsey set to testify before the Senate Judiciary Committee, expected a little bit later on this hour. Elon Mui has more on what could be another volatile hearing, albeit from afar. Elon.
Well, that's right, Kayla. This is their second time testifying in just a matter of weeks. And the focus today is going to be on political content, false claims, and misinformation. Now, the companies will try to highlight how they helped to secure the election. Facebook saying that it displayed warning labels on 150 million pieces of content, that it helped to register 4.5 million people to vote, and it helped sign up more than 100,000 poll workers. Meanwhile, Dorsey will directly address the controversy over that New York Post story about Hunter Biden, saying that the company's response underscores the complexity of content moderation. He'll acknowledge that there is mistakes that will be made, but that he'll also argue that the company has an easy and clear appeals process. He says, our Twitter rules are based on not on ideology or a particular set of beliefs. We believe strongly in being impartial, but Republicans will challenge him on that. Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri says he's heard from a Facebook whistleblower who claims that the companies coordinate to censor content. Meanwhile, Democrats are opening a new line of attack with Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, a very close ally of President-elect Joe Biden, launching a new push to encourage the platforms to be more aggressive in taking down anti-Muslim content, especially when it includes armed protesters or intimidation. So, David, we will see if getting past the election helps take down the temperature of this hearing at all. Back over to you.
Okay, we'll be watching closely. Thank you, Elon. Another tech giant making headlines this morning. Well, it is Amazon. Bertha Coombs has more on this company's very important jump into an online pharmacy business, and a big one at that, Bertha.
Yeah, it's something that we've all been sort of anticipating for a while. Amazon launching a full online pharmacy today, building on its $1 billion acquisition of pill pack 2 years ago. The pharmacy is in network with major insurers and Medicare, and patients can pay for prescriptions with funds from their health savings account or their flexible spending accounts. And they can also talk with pharmacists online or over the phone. Now, one of the other things here, Prime members get free 2-day shipping. Patients who need meds right away can actually get a card and go to a physical pharmacy for that. But in addition, they get a Prime prescription savings comparison at checkout. That shows them discounts if they don't use their insurance, for example, have a high deductible. That's similar to GoodRx. When it comes to personal health data, TJ Parker, the founder of PillPack and vice president at Amazon Pharmacy, tells CNBC that the experience inside the pharmacy is separate and distinct from Amazon.com, and that data will be stored in compliance with health privacy rules and not used for marketing unless you opt in. Now, the news has definitely hit the drugstore chains hard today, though in part anticipating this, they've been building up their pharmacist in-store role and added more medical services. It's all been critical during the COVID pandemic, and their PBMs already offer mail order. But GoodRx also taking a hit. They're the best known of the discount cash price companies, and Amazon integrating discounts for uninsured and high deductible customers could be a threat. Walmart, also a big player in pharmacy, and not surprisingly this morning, CEO Doug McMillon, reacting to the Amazon news, told analysts that he thinks what customers want an omni-channel.
Your microphone sucks, babe.
Just as they do now in the rest of their retail experience, and that includes in-store services as well as mail order. Back to you.
Bertha, thank you for that. It's obviously the story of the morning. Mike Santoli joins us to talk more about that, our senior markets commentator. Mike, among the reasons for some of the pressure on retail names There's the retail sales number, which was a miss. There's obviously these names which run up between prints. And then there's the Amazon news. Which do you think is the biggest culprit today?
Well, I think when it came to Walmart and Home Depot, it's mostly just the fact that they've been such COVID beneficiaries, and the numbers, as great as they were, just do not seem replicable, especially for Home Depot going into next year. So those were kind of softening up in terms of the stock reactions. Those were kind of softening up in terms of the stock reactions. Those were kind of softening up in terms of the stock reactions. Those were kind of softening up in terms of the stock reactions. Those were kind of softening up in terms of the stock reactions. Those were kind of as strong last month. We've been waiting for this moment, perhaps, where the stimulus had run out and they've kind of cut through some savings. I don't think it's a real alarming number, but it definitely shifted the focus back toward downside risks in terms of consumers' capacity to spend. Walmart's quarter is pretty unassailable. I mean, you would go right down the list and say, in terms of free cash flow, in terms of the comps, in terms of the online exposure, everything was great, but the stock came into it at an all-time high and a pretty, full valuation, I would say. So I think those are the order. I don't think the Amazon news is really bearing on the broad-scale retailers, but yes, I mean, just very profound impact on the pure play drugstores for obvious reasons, because also they've run up tremendously this.
Yeah, it's interesting. We spent the past decade, really more than that, Mike, talking about Amazon killer categories where they come in and take the sand out of the sandbox. But last couple of years, I've seen a lot of progress among other players when it comes to e-commerce, getting their digital ducks in a row. I just wonder if you think that phenomenon is as powerful as it was, say, 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, I think people have become conditioned to look at this as an opportunity for an overreaction in the stocks. In other words, it's not necessarily on day one Amazon comes in and owns a category. One bit of sensitivity, though, I do think in terms of pharmaceutical distribution is there's a general sense out there that the middlemen, there's a lot of kind of non-transparent friction in that business. And if Amazon does take aim at it, there's probably a way that it kind of makes the whole industry more efficient, maybe less profitable. But this one-day reaction, CVS, Rite Aid, and Walgreens seems mostly about a little bit of hot money in these stocks because they were definitely on the vaccine trade, and that's being unwound. And then you wait and see, because they all are also in all the value indexes, which everybody was buying hand over fist the last couple of weeks as well.
It's David, which takes me actually to exactly what I want to ask you, which we've talked about for years now, which is the growth versus value trade. You just mentioned value, which suddenly has come into favor very briefly. But I wonder, we've watched it so long, inevitably, it seems investors return to growth. Are there any tells, are there any signs that you look for to see whether, in fact, this move to value that's happened since we got these vaccine announcements can be sustained?
I think, David, if you look at the last couple of months, not just since the Pfizer announcement, you have seen some traction building in the cyclical areas. And there's a distinction between more cyclical type stocks, and yes, many of them also value, but not just purely cheap, but ones that are exposed to a stronger economy. Yes, you have seen a little more progress on a relative basis in that direction. But the biggest case for value, honestly, it has been for a while, is that it's been down and out so long and is so far stretched below growth on a very long-term basis that just your standard mean reversion move all of a sudden becomes a much better prospect for value. So it's a little bit of a leap of faith you have to take to say that the old rules apply. These things can't stay out of whack for that long or go that far. So, I mean, you've seen only halting signs that this is an enduring trend. Because it's very difficult when the market's at a high to say there's going to be this seamless handing of the baton to a totally different style of stock. Usually that happens in some kind of a nasty pullback or bear market.
Mike, you covered throughout the month of October the money that was on the sidelines as people waited for the election. There was a certain pause because they didn't know exactly which way the market was going to go. But I wonder, now that we've seen a few monster rallies on the back of this vaccine news, if the flows are telling us that most of that money has come back into the market now.
Yeah, Kayla, I wouldn't say most, but you've had a very aggressive move back into equities. By the way, this happens around elections. You can go back and look multiple cycles. There is a bit of a lull in terms of inflows. People wait and see. And then almost always they kind of come in and buy the market higher than they could have around the election. But be that as it may, you've definitely seen fund flows surge. You've seen bullish sentiment go up. You see the Merrill Lynch fund manager survey today saying the folks are all in, especially on the cyclical trade. So I think, this can go on for a while, and it doesn't mean that because we've had 3 weeks of people getting excited about the market that it's over. but you're now in the mode of having to watch for people getting a little too overexcited and overconfident, and maybe the market gets a little stretched and has to bend a little bit and soften up in the short term, just to kind of take measure of all that aggressive flow.
Mike, thanks. We'll talk to you in a bit. Our Mike Santoli. By the way, later on today, do not miss Coal CEO Michelle Goss on the closing bell. That's coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern, Kayla. As McConnell now on the tape saying that he hopes we can reach some bipartisan agreement on government funding by the end of the week. We will see.
Yeah, he keeps pushing for now a lame duck stimulus, although yesterday the vice president-elect said that he wants something in the $3 trillion range. That's a non-starter. We are keeping our eyes on the Senate for that Senate hearing with Mark Zuckerberg and Jack Dorsey set to testify. We'll take you there live as soon as Q&A begins. Let's walk on the street. We'll be right back.
Tomorrow is just waiting to be created, to be reinvented and redefined. And it's those who dare to push the world forward, discover and reshape markets, and embrace the possibilities of data that will reimagine our potential and transform society as we know it. With new ideas and new technology, get there with NASDAQ.
For over 30 years, Lexus has been celebrating driveway moments. Here's to one more. The Lexus December to Remember sales event.
Get 0% financing on all new 2020 and 2021.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
We run forecasts in each country for a range of time scenarios.
How do you have the resources to do that?
We don't. That's why we brought in BDO.
People who know BDO.
The United States barreling into new and devastating phase of the pandemic. But today, the world received another glimmer of hope.
We now have 2 highly effective, proven vaccines.
We hit the road with traveling nurses, chasing COVID and saving lives.
Seeing people get better is invaluable.
On deck, Major League Baseball's first woman general manager.
I think I was just in disbelief.
The facts, the truth, the news with Shepard Smith. Weeknight, 7 Eastern, CNBC.
You're spending countless hours in spreadsheets trying to organize your finances. You're missing out.
No.
Stop wasting time.
I'm let Truebill do the work for you. It's the easiest way to save time and money.
Download today and take control of your finances.
I was having night terrors. I wasn't sleeping. I'd seen better health ads, and I was like, I should give it a shot. I was paired with a really good counselor. I feel hopeful for the first time in a long time.
President-elect Joe Biden meeting with business and labor leaders for the first time yesterday, speaking out on the need for a relief package.
I would pass the HEROES Act. It has all the money and capacity to take care of each of those things. Now, not tomorrow, now. And the idea the president is still playing golf and not doing anything about it is beyond my comprehension.
Jared Bernstein, Center on Budget and Policy Priorities Senior Fellow, joins us now. Also former chief economist to Biden when he was vice president. Jared, it's good to see you.
You as well.
So the plan that you just heard the president-elect lay out to pass the HEROES Act, that's been a non-starter in the Senate. And since the House passed the HEROES Act back in May, Democratic majority has shrunk. Republicans are still in charge of the Senate for now. So where is the middle ground?
I think the middle ground is seen when you consider the kinds of economic challenges that we face right now, both in terms of the surging virus and the slowing economy. So instead of thinking sort of top down and which number of trillions is the right one, think bottom up. Think about controlling the virus and the agenda that the president-elect has laid out. he has consistently said, and others have, Jay Powell says the same thing, that there's just no robust economic recovery out there without a serious play to control the virus. Then you think about unemployment insurance. We know that over 20 million claims are filed weekly, and we know that many of those claims expire at the end of this year. We also know that the increase in long-term unemployment from 1.6 to 3.6 million over the past 2 months is the largest increase on record. So clearly there are significant needs out there. I haven't even yet talked about state and local budgets and small business. I think the bottom-up way is a good way to think about this.
Well, I think Republicans would agree with that, Jared, and certainly there has been support for additional unemployment assistance and to re-up some of those small business programs. The problems lie when you start adding the state and local funding and other stuff on top of that. And when we look at what's coming up in the next few weeks, I mean, the only piece of legislation that has any sense of urgency is the bill to fund the government, where discussions are underway. So do you think that there should be support from Democrats for adding a few of these programs to that bill, if that's the only way you can secure the votes?
I'm going to echo what the president said yesterday, what you just played. You happen to zero in on what I think are the most important words vis-a-vis this topic in his talk yesterday, and that's now. He said, this should happen now, not tomorrow. And so, whatever vehicle that is available in the lame duck should be in play in this regard. A lot of times, president-elects want to wait until they get into office to start moving policies with their fingerprints on them. Here you have the president-elect, and by the way, his chief of staff, Ron Klain, said the same thing on the news shows over the weekend, saying, yeah, there are lots of things that can wait for us to be in office. This is not one of them. And by the way, I think there's a lot of bipartisan energy behind this. There are a lot of red state governors and mayors who want to see and need to see state and local help. Certainly the surging virus in places, it requires this kind of intervention. And it reminds me of Biden saying, I'm not a president of red or blue America, I'm president of all America, and all America needs this help. We actually saw a hint of it in the retail sales report this morning that came in below expectations.
Jared, it's David. It still seems highly unlikely you're going to see any action between now and when President-elect Biden takes office. I mean, you can say all you want about local leaders, and certainly they see what's happening on the ground, but there's no sense right now from Senate leadership that they're going to move on anything. And the President Trump, certainly doesn't seem interested in the slightest.
Well, you may be right. I hope you're not. And you're certainly describing a lack of action and urgency that I too have observed, but it's not going to keep me from essentially having my hair on fire about this, because that's how I feel. I mean, I think that the economy is at a much more precarious place than that lack of urgency would suggest. And I think the president-elect's comments yesterday reflect that. And he is particularly tuned into this relationship between the surging virus and its impact on commerce. And again, if you look at today's retail sales report, you can start to see, perhaps, I don't want to overinterpret one report, that in-person services look like they really got dinged. And I suspect if we were able to dig down into that geographically, we would see a connection between the virus. Politics can surprise you, and things that look impossible today can look kind of inevitable a few days from now. So I'm going to continue to hammer on this, and I'm sure the president-elect will as well.
Jared, it feels like coverage of household finances is going to be bipolar in the next couple of months, because the wealthy obviously have a lot of savings on the sidelines, but a lot of benefits and protections, moratoriums expire in January. I'm reading a piece right now says it's going to be a K-shaped Christmas. I wonder if you'll go along with that.
Totally. I mean, I'm really appreciating that you're bringing this up, because I haven't mentioned it myself yet. And I usually start with this. Now, somebody pointed out to me yesterday that you've got, the stock market going up, and you've got lines at food banks that are, through the roof. And so you've got this very much K-shaped dynamic. I'm always compelled at this point when people cite the stock market as President Trump has done, as some sort of metric of how Americans doing, that the bottom half of households own less than 1% of the value of the stock market, less than 1%. So yes, this is critically important. And if you look at the kinds of relief measures that we've been emphasizing, whether it's unemployment insurance, help for small businesses that can't pick up the phone and get the kind of loans that are out there. If you look at, as you mentioned, eviction potential and the difficulty meeting nutritional needs, all of those measures are in the very HEROES Act that the president was citing. So it's not just about the size of the stimulus, it's about its targeting to the bottom leg of the K.
Mm-hmm. But Jared, basically all of this rests on the relationship of the president-elect and Leader McConnell. They've worked together for decades, but they haven't spoken. Briefly, before we go, how would you describe their relationship?
Yeah, the vice president, the president-elect, gotta get used to that. The president-elect has just a very long history of reaching across the aisle and at moments precisely like this one, emphasizing the goal here is not about red or blue. The goal here is to help the country. And I know his deep skills, intentions, motivations in that area. And I think America's going to start seeing some of that.
Well, McConnell is saying now that the next few days will show whether any sort of bipartisan compromise is possible. We will see. Jared Bernstein, always appreciate your perspective.
Thank you very much.
Let's get to our ETF spotlight. We're taking a look at the banks this morning. The ticker there is the KBE, and they're under some pressure coming off what is a second positive session in a row. The group down roughly 20%, though, as you see there, at 18.3% for the year. Most of the financials in the red. That includes PNC, by the way, one day after that huge deal, $11.6 billion, in which it is spending to acquire BBVA's U.S. operations. We're going to take a quick break, as we are just moments away from the start of that Q&A, of that Senate hearing that includes Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook and Jack Dorsey of Twitter. Don't go anywhere.
ETF Spotlight is sponsored by Invesco. Let's invest in greater possibilities together.
Silver American Eagles have become some of the most desirable coins for investors looking to acquire precious metals. Investors who acquire this coin do so for the value and diversification that silver brings to an investment portfolio. And now, with help from Monex, you can begin investing in Silver American Eagles. Monex has account representatives standing by who will answer your question about investing in Silver American Eagles and any other silver coin available from Monex. Call Monex now or visit our website, where you will see all of our silver products available for investors like you, along with live up-to-the-minute prices. Call right now and discover how simple it can be to have your pure, high-quality Silver American Eagles delivered to you or stored for you in an independent third-party vault. Call, learn, and invest with Monex, one of America's trusted names in precious metals for more than 50 years.
At Southern New Hampshire University, we're committed to making college more accessible by making it more affordable. That's why we're keeping our tuition the same through the year 2021.
I knew SNHU was the place for me when I saw how affordable it was. I ran to my husband with my computer and I said, "Look, we can do this."
Take advantage of some of the lowest online tuition rates in the nation. Find your degree at snhu.edu.
When you're a small business owner, there's no such thing as 9 to 5. Days are longer, and business hours, well, they're anything but predictable, especially when you have clients like ours. When I considered payroll providers for my business, I looked for a solution that fit into my busy schedule. Shore Payroll makes running payroll easy, and its US-based customer service is there for me when I have questions, after hours, and even Saturdays.
Visit shorepayroll.com for a 1-month free trial, because small business is our business.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I mean, Indeed.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Claim your $75 credit when you post your first job at Indeed.com. 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 Post your first job at
Mechanics. We do know that it joins the index on December 21st, but when you look at the stock over the last day or so, what's interesting is that a lot of people said, look, when it joined the S&P 500, it's not going to be a huge change in the stock because everybody knows it's eventually going to happen. Oh no, it's up more than 10% today. Wedbush Securities, Dan Isley was on earlier today on Squawk Box, a longtime Tesla bull, out with a note saying, we believe the sustained profitability trajectory as evidenced in the September quarter was the final straw that got Musk and company into the S&P 500 this time around, despite all the noise about tax credits on the street. And there is plenty of that. There are people out there saying, look, they're only getting the profitability when you factor in the ZEV tax credits. But take a look at Tesla over the last year versus the S&P 500. No comparison at all. And it'll be interesting to see what kind of an impact it does have on the S&P 500. Finally, when you take a look at shares of Tesla over the last 10 years, keep in mind that its volatility much higher than a lot of the other stocks in the S&P 500 in terms of daily volatility. Somewhere in the range of about 2.59% is how much that stock is moving around. So the impact of this, we'll see what it does after it is factored in on December 21st. And remember, as you mentioned, Carl, when it actually happens, the question that is being discussed right now is, do they do it all at one time because of the size and how much weight it will have, or do they do it in two tranches? Once half of it on December 14th and the other half at a later date.
Phil, I'm so glad you're showing that 10-year chart because it is just staggering when we think about it. We've been talking about the last 5 quarters of profitability, but really this has been an extraordinary run for the company. Up next on Squawk Street, Connecticut. Yes, exactly. Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont will join us after the break. COVID cases rising in his state, new restrictions on the way. Squawk on the Street is back in 2.
So, what's your plan for retirement? See the world? See the grandkids? Keep doing what you love? However you plan to retire, you need to be prepared. Do you have a financial plan? Do you have a tax strategy? How much of your portfolio can you afford to withdraw? Learn more about these and 96 other retirement topics coming your way in this free guide from Fisher Investments.
If your portfolio is over $500,000, call for Fisher's 99 Retirement Tips. Our free guide shows you how to make your retirement more secure, even in volatile times like these. Call 1-800-710-8600. We'll also send you a timely bonus for a world upended by uncertainty. Fisher's 24-hour market outlook shows you where we believe this market is going and why. Get the insight you need right now. Call for your 2 free guides. 1-800-710-8600.
Don't just retire. Retire well.
Against the price. Okay, Tony, tell our contestants about Eargo. These top-of-the-line hearing aids from Eargo are straight out of the future. They're rechargeable and virtually invisible in your ears. And you don't need to visit a doctor to get them. They ship right to your door and come with lifetime remote support. Convenient, right? Guess the price, and they're yours.
$8,000.
Too high. $6,000. No.
$5,000.
Too high. $3,500? Too high. Eargoes are affordable and retail for about half the cost of traditional hearing aids. Unfortunately, nobody won. Johnny, tell our contestants about their lovely parting gifts. It's a well, that's all the time we have for now. We will see you next time. But check our Black Friday sale today and get $450 off Eargo Neo Hi-Fi. It's our best deal of the year on our best device. Don't miss out. And if you're an active or retired federal employee, you can now get Eargo at no cost to you.
everybody, I'm Sue Herrera. Here's your CNBC News update at this hour. Democrats expressing outrage this morning after Georgia's Republican Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, said Senator Lindsey Graham suggested he throw out legally cast votes. Graham says his comments were misinterpreted. Representative Ilhan Omar says Graham's move was, quote, insane and illegal, end quote. In Bangkok, pro-democracy protesters breaking through barricades around the Thai parliament. Many wore protective gear in anticipation of the water cannons police used to drive them back. Legislators are debating constitutional amendments, some of which would roll back changes made 3 years ago during military rule. And check out these images. This volcano blowing its top in Italy. These time-lapse shots show the Stromboli volcano erupting, with the thermal images highlighting lava flowing 3,000 feet down to the sea just north of Sicily. Amazing. That's the news update this hour. Carl, I'll see you back here in an hour. Back to you.
All right, Sue. Thank you very much, Sue Herrera. Take a look at this morning's trading session. You got the S&P right back at 3,600 today. S&P just south of 29.7. Forecasts for Q4 GDP growth very much in flux with these new COVID restrictions we're seeing in some states and municipalities, along with the impact of other news. Steve Leisman's looking at where the consumer's headed in the current quarter. Hey, Steve.
Steve and Dave use eToro to trade cryptocurrencies. Steve does extensive research in order to find the next Bitcoin. Dave does research on...
What's up, guys? Jay's 2 cents here, and I'm talking to the new guy, the guy who just built his first tower and he doesn't know what to do next. So we're going to take the assumption that you guys have built your tower, it turns on and everything, and now you're like, now what do I do? I've got no DVD drive. How the heck do I install Windows? I mean, drivers. I don't know what to do next. Everyone talks about building the tower. Very few people ever talk about the hardest part for some people, which is just figuring out how to get everything up and running. So today we're going to try and cover that topic. And if you are a veteran, maybe you have some useful ways of making what I'm about to show you even more efficient. So watch this video, comment down below with your best tips and tricks, and let's get started. Drop your temperatures and get maximum performance from your processor with Corsair's new A500 air cooler. Intuitive slide and lock fan mount system allows freak out. That usually shows up forward, blah, blah, blah. Then what you would do is you would unplug the drive and restart the system. All right, so now that I see that we're at this screen, we are booted off of the hard drive or the SSD that we've installed, and we can take the install media and throw that aside. Now we're in the UK, so we're gonna go ahead and do the United Kingdom.
United Kingdom of America.
All right, so obviously choose your region here. We are not connected to the internet, so we're gonna say, I don't have the internet, at which point Microsoft's probably going, that's kind of weird. So what we're gonna expedite this to display settings, go right down here to advanced display settings. You can see here your resolution and your scaling and all that. So make sure this is set to your max resolution of your panel. Go to advanced display settings. Display adapter properties for display 1, it's at the bottom. Then click monitor. Now you can see we're set to 59 Hertz like I just said. But this panel is save and exit, or with a particular CPU setup, will start to give you weird blue screen crashes and stuff. And that's the last thing we want to deal with when we're doing Windows updates and driver installs, is a random blue screen crash in the middle of it. That opens up a whole new can of worms we don't want to deal with. So we don't do any overclocking, and that is technically a memory overclock. We don't do any of that until we are satisfied that our system is installed and up and running. Now the last thing I would do at this point, I'm not even going to show you because it's very...
Underclock. Sysadmins are underclocked. They need to be paid in Bitcoin. It's pissy been getting paid in paper. It smells like piss.
People coming back to our states from college campuses wanted them to test. Thought that was very important. Doing everything we can to keep our local schools open, especially K-8. Look, restaurants, we them back. They can't be open after 9:30. That's last call. We want them to close. And we're doing everything we can to keep the indoor dining open at no more than 50% capacity. But if you're telling me you're seeing some crowding beyond that, give us a call. We'll enforce it.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course, 50% of capacity is different than 50% of the tables. I think we've all learned that. It's the capacity that's allowed in a given area. But you point out, of course, the key give and take here, which is you don't want these restaurants to suffer any more than they have, or any other small businesses. You don't want to go to the lockdown situation where you're going to deal terrible economic blow to so much of those small and medium-sized businesses. So what are you looking at to sort of make these decisions in terms of metrics as to how far you do need to go?
The cost benefit, and I want to do things that work. Let's face it, when it comes to restrictions that make a difference, we've already put in place, like I said, the curfews at 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. We look at indoor dining. We maybe look at gyms going forward. Things much better done in association with our neighbors, but nothing imminent at this point.
Governor, it's of course hard for any state to make a decision to dial back business when there's no federal backstop to compensate for the business that is lost. So tell us about where Connecticut's budget is. What money do you have in reserve, if any, to help some of these businesses out, if in fact it is your office that disallows them from being open and getting revenue?
You're right. I mean, last time in the spring when we had a close down of some of these facilities like restaurants, we had the PPP loans, we had other support. Germany is closed down restaurants, but they have federal support to make sure that these guys don't go out of business and can keep powering through. You know, it's impossible for the states to do this by themselves, so we do look to the feds for some support. But thankfully, Connecticut does have a rainy day fund, so if it takes the feds a little longer to make up their mind, we can be there in a supporting role.
Hey, Governor, speaking of that, and just the delicate balance that this is between the safety and the money, I wonder, has there been a restriction in which you have said, we can't do that, we'd like to, but we can't implement the restriction because of the harm that would be caused to the business and the fact that the backstop is not there, either on a state or federal level?
Not so much. I mean, you got to lead with public health if you're a governor. And our infection rate has gone from 1%, the lowest in the country, up approaching 6% right now. So we see that trend. I see the dark infection clouds coming over from the upper Midwest, Western Pennsylvania, Western New York. Here we go. So we've got to be ready. But I want to make sure that whatever restrictions we had to put in place actually make a difference. You know, I'm not sure that, for example, closing retail establishments makes a difference if people keep their distance and wear the mask. Last time around, we kept construction open, especially outdoor construction. What a difference that made.
Yeah. We mentioned, of course, kids are going to be coming back from colleges around the country for Thanksgiving, in your region as well. And testing is going to be important. There's a lot of parents probably going to be like, get that kid tested before they come in the house. Is adequate testing available without having to wait a long period of time, or are we still lagging?
Well, we do more testing than just about any state in the country. We have 200 sites all around the state. People can get that done for free. But I'll tell you, in the last few weeks, there have begun to be some lines for testing. People are being made aware again of the scope of this pandemic. But when it comes to the kids, we're going into the schools. We got the Binax test, so we can tell really in real time, 10 minutes, whether that's the flu or that's COVID, and we can tell whether we have to quarantine or whether that school can stay open. When it comes to colleges, we want them testing before they come back to Connecticut.
Yeah. Finally, Governor, I mean, you mentioned the spring, of course, when the entire area really went into lockdown, but we knew so little then, it would seem, in terms of the virus, in terms of where it was most easily communicated. How much more have we learned, which then informs the decisions you'll be making in this current period?
We've learned that there really wasn't much of a national stockpile in Washington, so we have all the PPE we need for the new term, and so do our hospitals. You know, last time around, we were doing maybe 100 tests a day. Now we're doing close to 20,000 tests a day. We have a lot more hospital capacity. We know how fast we can get them ready to go. My worry is to the hospital personnel. That's something we don't have as much control over. Last time we could borrow from states that had low infection rates. Today, there are no states with low infection rates.
Yeah, we've had a number of healthcare professionals say the same sort of today. It's not like the cavalry's coming. Governor, I appreciate taking time. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
The Q&A has begun at Senate Judiciary with Mark Zuckerberg and Jack Dorsey of Facebook and Twitter. Take a listen.
Well, I think you pointed out that we are facing something that feels impossible. We are required to help increase the health of the public conversation, while at the same time ensuring that as many people as possible can participate. And in order to do so, we need to make policies so that people feel safe and they feel free to express themselves, to minimize threats of abuse, of harassment, of misleading information, of organized campaigns to artificially amplify or influence a particular conversation. And that policy creation, that enforcement is challenging, but also it is more or less opaque to the public. And that's where I think we have a gap. We have transparency around our policies. We do not have transparency around how we operate content moderation, the rationale behind it, the reasoning. And as we look forward, we have more and more of our decisions, of our operations, moving to algorithms, which have a difficult time explaining why they make decisions, bringing transparency around those decisions. And that is why we believe that we should have more choice in how these algorithms are applied to our content, whether we use them at all, so we can turn them on or off, and have clarity around the outcomes that they are projecting and how they affect our experience.
Thank you. Mr. Zuckerberg, very quickly, please. What did you hear?
Senator, I've heard that there are issues around content moderation, as well as other areas. And frankly, I'm optimistic from the statements that we may be able to move forward and hopefully update some of the rules for the internet around these areas. I've been encouraging and hoping that we would do this for a couple of years. And from your opening statements, it sounds like there may be now enough common ground on views that real progress can be made here.
So from my point of view, the question for us is, when it comes time to flag content as being reliable or not reliable, do either one of you believe that the government should do that? Is that a solution where the government sets a regulatory scheme that talks about what should be up and what should be down?
I don't believe so. I think that would be very challenging.
Okay. Do you agree with that, Mr. Zuckerberg?
Senator, for certain types of illegal content, I think it may be appropriate for there to be clear rules around that. But outside of clear harms, including things like child exploitation in areas like that, terrorism, I would agree with your sentiment that that's not something that government should be deciding on a piece of content by piece of content basis.
So if we take the government out of the picture, at least in non-criminal areas, should we leave it up to the industry to come up with best business practices in terms of how to moderate content?
I think that's best. I think we need to align around the problem that we're trying to solve. And there are many solutions to solving those problems, but I think we also have to focus our efforts on what is going to have the greatest impact. And we believe that the greatest impact is going to be found in how we deal with algorithms, how we use those algorithms, because they are responsible for showing us what we see or what we don't see. And there needs to be more choice in their use.
Do you agree with that, Mr. Zuckerberg?
Senator, I think that there is a role for regulation in the process, even if not defining on a piece of content by piece of content basis. And one of the areas that I've advocated for is regulation around transparency that goes beyond just about what the policies are and what the process is, but also goes towards results. And as an example of this, every quarter, Facebook releases a community standards enforcement report. It's basically a transparency report that breaks down each category of potentially harmful content that we track, ranging from terrorism to child exploitation content to incitement of violence to pornography to intellectual property violations.
Yes, if I may, I don't mean to interrupt, but who sets those community standards? How are they set by the company?
Senator, we have a policy team that consults with a number of different stakeholders and outside groups to make sure that we're getting feedback from broad swaths of our community around the concerns.
Is that publicly known?
Senator, I believe so. And our head of content policy has testified publicly multiple times.
Okay. So when it comes to fact checking, would you give us a list of the people you use to fact check?
Senator, yes. We work with a number of independent organizations that are accredited by the Poynter Institute, and they include Reuters, the Associated Press, Agence France Presse, the United States, USA Today, factcheck.org, Science Feedback, PolitiFact, Check Your Fact, Lead Stories, and The Dispatch in the United States.
Okay, I think it's important for the public to know who sets community standards, how they're set, who does the fact checking, who you rely upon to do that. I think that would go a long way to people having a better understanding of the decisions you make. Mr. Zuckerberg, do you believe your product can be addictive?
Senator, we certainly do not design the product in that way. We design the product to be as useful and meaningful as
that's not my question. My question is that there seems to be an ample body of growing medical evidence that social media sites have an addictive nature to them. Do you agree with that?
Senator, I don't think the research has been conclusive, but it is an area that we care about and study. We certainly do not want our products to be addictive. We want people to use them because they are meaningful. And we take steps to make sure that this is the case. So, for example, we don't give the team that's running Newsfeed a goal around how much time people spend on our products, which goes counter to a lot of the memes and misinformation out there around how we operate. But my goal is to help people connect and find content and interactions that are going to be meaningful to them on our service. And our view is that if that's what we deliver over the long term and people find the services useful, then they'll use them more. But I don't think that companies should be optimizing to just encourage people to spend as much time as possible on them.
Well, time's about up. Have you seen the movie Social Dilemma?
Senator, I'm familiar with it.
Okay, have you seen it, Mr. Dorsey?
I think Zuckerberg and Dorsey both said they had not seen that picture. That's Chairman Graham of Senate Judiciary on this discussion of content moderation at Facebook and Twitter. David, not a lot of actual news out of it, although Dorsey did say that the week of October 27th, he at Twitter labeled 300,000 tweets. It's about 0.2% of all U.S. election-related tweets, and he's been pretty consistent in saying that it's not the policy that's the problem, it's how Twitter is communicating that policy to investors and Americans.
And continues to say that improvements will continue. Yeah, Carl, I thought Zuckerberg's, this interchange we just had between Senator Graham and Zuckerberg was interesting on the addictive quality of Facebook, or for that matter, Twitter. Certainly could have been asked to Jack Dorsey, sort of saying that no, he doesn't believe that is the case, although they are aware of those who say otherwise. I mean, it's not as though, Kayla, we're not going to see and have these conversations for years to come, given the power of these platforms to shape public opinion.
The power of these platforms, David, the wide-ranging nature of these conversations. I mean, this is a hearing about perceived political interference in content that is hosted on these platforms. But you saw Chairman Graham take an opportunity there just to ask a general question about whether these are platforms that are dangerous for people. So certainly a wide-ranging conversation there, and one that's essentially a no-win for these executives because of the political nature. If
3 years,
Mhm.
right? And don't forget 20,000, the record that we saw in December 2017, just around the corner because of adoption. PayPal, the game.
Europe. And then every day, I need to put 100% all my passions, all my energy, all my creativities into the road. Then the movie's Echo of Rainbows talking about 60s love, how he supports and love his family. Yeah, love is very important. Value, the value is love.
Talking of echoes of a rainbow, Simon, you've won many awards. But do you think that was the most important one for you when you won Best Actor for that?
Yes. I mean that's for me it's a very important award for me. First of all, it gave me a lot of memories of 60s in Hong Kong.
During the pandemic, we'll help them become more resilient into the future. And technology like 5G is what's really going to enable it.
Heart failure causes nearly 2 hospitalizations every minute. Understanding how to talk to your doctor about treatment options is key.
Today, we are redefining how we do things. We find new ways of speaking, so you're never out of touch. It's seeing someone's face that comforts us, no matter where. When those around us know us, they can show us just how much they care. The first steps of checking in, the smallest moments, can end up being everything. There's resources that can inform us, and that spark can make a difference when we use it to improve things. And that change can last within us. When we understand what's possible, we won't settle for less. The best thing we can be is striving to be at our best.
Managing heart failure starts now with understanding. Call today or go online to understandheartfailure.com for a free heart failure handbook.
At Dell Technologies, we started by making the cloud easier to manage. But we didn't stop there. We made a cloud flexible enough to adapt to any size business, no matter what it does or how it changes. And we kept going. So you only pay for what you use. Because at Dell Technologies, we stop at nothing.
We are following breaking news from Capitol Hill, where we just learned Senator Chuck Grassley is going into quarantine after apparently being exposed to COVID. So why is that so significant? Well, beyond just folks hoping that the senator is okay, of course, he also is not going to be appearing on the Hill this week for votes. And that is a problem, potentially, for President Trump's nominee to the Fed board, Judy Shelton. If her name's not familiar to you, it should be. She's such a controversial pick that even some Republicans are now saying they're not going to vote for her.
What the hell am I watching?
His absence is such a big deal. NBC's Garrett Hayes on Capitol Hill. Garrett, this is, I think, a fascinating story that may not be on the top of people's radar here.
My decision to pursue that.
Well, in fact, the House antitrust report says amount of data was used to determine whether WhatsApp was, quote, killing Facebook Messenger, end quote. My time has almost expired, but let me just say finally that antitrust action by the Federal Trade Commission is long overdue. I believe that decisive action is necessary, including very likely breaking up Facebook as a remedy. All options ought to be on the table, including divestment of Instagram and WhatsApp. The FTC ought to impose strict conditions on how Facebook uses consumer data and competes with rivals, because the abuse of competition must end. Mr. Chairman, I ask that 3 letters from civil rights groups regarding disinformation and hate speech on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, and also a letter from the Coalition of Children's Protection Advocates on the Internet Act and child sexual abuse material on digital platforms be entered into the record. Thank you both for being here today.
Without objection, Senator Cornyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I'm glad to hear both of our witnesses today say that Section 230, that they are open to reform, because I think it's fair to say the internet has outgrown Section 230. And while we've made some modifications when it comes to terrorism and when it comes to child exploitation, I think there's more to do. But I think the question is going to be how this regulation is going to come to pass. I know there's some, including on this committee, who suggest that maybe we ought to create a private right of action so that individuals can sue over claims of violated rights on your platforms. I think that's one form of regulation. It's called regulation by litigation, but it's certainly not my first choice, and it's not optimal. And I don't think it's something we ought to be embracing in the first instance. But I do think it's critical that each of you and your counterparts work with us to try to come up with something that will address the concerns. And the basic concern I have is it's hard to know exactly how to classify your business model. It's we have a provision in the Bill of Rights protecting freedom of the press, but yet here, while we would never let the government regulate what the press writes or doesn't write, essentially we are allowing private companies, which are now de facto public forums, to regulate that speech. And I'm no more comfortable delegating those decisions to you than I am delegating to you my vote in the last or upcoming elections. You know, Louis Brandeis famously said that the solution for bad speech is not less speech, it's more speech. And it seems to me like the practices that you are engaging in to tag, remove, and otherwise censor speech on your platforms violates that principle. And I'd like to know why that shouldn't be a better approach by allowing more speech rather than censoring what is perceived as bad speech. And then, as I think I've discussed with you, Mr. Zuckerberg, I think we're all sort of struggling to come up with what the appropriate analogy here is to your business model. We know as newspapers have become less profitable and many of them gone out of business, there's been consolidation in the news media. There is a proliferation of cable TV shows and people being able to get information through a variety of sources, but there's no Walter Cronkite or the big TV networks that with the trusted anchor person who people have confidence in, that they will shoot with them straight. And so I know it's a very difficult thing to manage, but I would just encourage both of you not to wait for the lawsuits. We saw what happened to Microsoft. I think Bill Gates said that was one of his biggest mistakes, failing to engage with some of the antitrust concerns when it came to Microsoft. And he learned that the hard way. And I think there is a better way for the American people, and that's if we work on this together. Mr. Zuckerberg, I believe that Facebook publishes on a quarterly basis a report of its actions in this area. Is that correct?
Senator, that's correct.
And could you describe that for us and what motivated you to undertake that sort of transparency?
Yes. Senator, I believe that in order for people to trust that we're doing a good job, they have to be able to see the results. And we have to be able to break down on a content on a kind of category by category basis across all the different categories of harm, whether it's terrorist content or child exploitation or incitement of violence or pornography or intellectual property violations, how much of the violating content is on our platforms, and how effective our systems are at removing it. And what we hold ourselves accountable towards is getting as high a percent of this harmful content down, addressing it, before real people have to experience it and report it to us themselves. So in categories where we do quite well, for example, in fighting against terrorist content, our AI systems and counterterrorism teams are able to remove 98 or 99% of that harmful content before anyone has to report it to us. In other categories, it's more challenging and we're still making more progress. But I think that as part of a regulatory framework here, it would be good if every company had to issue a transparency report outlining what they're seeing on their platforms and the results and effectiveness of their content moderation systems. So that way, the people who are responsible for holding all of us accountable, whether it's journalists, Congress, academics, could have an apples to apples comparison about how all the different companies are doing, and potentially, as part of a law, require that companies even maintain a certain level of effectiveness.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey, when Twitter decided to take down the story, the New York Post story on Hunter Biden's laptop, did you do that under your terms of service, or did you do it under some other claim of authority?
We did it under our terms of service, which, as you know, everyone agrees to when they sign up for Twitter. And this was a policy around distribution of hacked materials. We did not want Twitter to be a distribution point for hacked materials.
Well, you do realize that by taking down that story, you probably gave it more prominence and more visibility than it ever would have gotten had you left it alone.
We realize that, and we recognize it as a mistake that we made, both in terms of the intention of the policy and also the enforcement action of not allowing people to share it publicly or privately, which is why we corrected it within 24 hours.
And Mr. Dorsey, why isn't Justice Brandeis's formulation in Whitney versus California, why shouldn't that apply to the internet platforms like yours? In other words, the cure for bad speech is not censorship, it's more speech. Why wouldn't that principle apply to Twitter?
I think it does apply. All of our policies are focused on encouraging more speech. What we saw and what the market told us was that people would not put up with abuse, harassment, and misleading information that would cause offline harm. And they would leave our service because of it. So our intention is to create clear policy, clear enforcement that enables people to feel that they can express themselves on our service and ultimately trust it.
So it was a business decision.
It was a business decision.
Thank you.
Senator Feinstein.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dorsey, in recent hearings before the Senate Commerce Committee, you said, I think, that Twitter has a policy against misinformation relating to civic integrity. President Trump and his allies have tweeted hundreds of false claims about the 2020 election. Trump has falsely claimed victory and alleged widespread voter fraud. So here's the question. Does misinformation about the results of an election and voter fraud relate to civic integrity? Why or why not?
Yes, it does, and we label those tweets when the election has not been called yet, or multiple sources have called it differently.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. Did you say you've been able to tweet?
No, we have labeled the tweets that would indicate a different result in the election, called by multiple sources.
I see. At what point was that done?
Throughout the period, October 11th to up till today.
So when the tweet was initially came in, how long was it before you, quote, updated it?
We didn't update it. We put a label on it, pointing to the broader conversation. Our goal is to connect people with more information around what's happening with the election, and that was that occurred anywhere from 5 minutes to 30 minutes, but as quickly as we can.
Thank you. Is 30 minutes the maximum time?
I don't know. We can get you that information.
Would you? I'm interested in this. Does misinformation about the results of an election and voter fraud relate to civic integrity? Why or why not?
Yes, it does, and we also label those tweets that would indicate whether fraud is happening. And again, we connect those to larger conversations on the platform. So we want to provide context here. That is our goal: providing more context, providing more information.
Okay, now a specific question, and I'm not sure actually what the answer to this should be, but on November 7th, President Trump tweeted, and I quote, "I won this election by a lot," end quote. Obviously, that's not true. President Trump lost the election. The warning label that Twitter has applied to the tweet says, and I quote, "Official sources may not have called the race when this was tweeted," end quote. Do you believe that label goes far enough to prevent the tweet's harms when the tweet is still visible and not accurate?
I do, because it's not just the surface level label. It points to a collection of news articles, of information and conversation that gives you an expansion on what's happening with the election.
I guess you see, my concerns are that these tweets arouse people. And it seems to me that the entity that runs this operation ought to have an understanding that when there is a major situation, that the tweets can play a unique role in either reassuring or stirring people up to unacceptable levels. Could you comment on that?
Well, I agree in spirit. Our policy is focused on misleading information around the election and the civic process to provide greater context, to provide additive information so that people can make decisions around what's happening within the election. And that is 3 phases. That's the run up to the election, that's election day, and also the phase we're in right now, post-election. So our policies and enforcement are focused on providing more information, more context to people in those 3 phases.
Well, let me give you a specific. On November 7th, President Trump tweeted this: "I won this election by a lot," end quote. That's obviously not true. President Trump lost the election. The warning label that Twitter has applied to the tweet says, and I quote, "Official sources may not have called the race when this was tweeted," end quote. Now, here's the question. Does that label do enough to prevent the tweet's harms when the tweet is still visible and is not accurate?
I believe it's really important that we show people a broader context, and that is the intention of the label. It is not just text below a tweet. It is a link to connect to a much larger conversation and news articles across the spectrum.
Well, give me an example of what would have to happen before the situation would warrant a stronger response.
Well, we did have stronger responses during Election Day and the week after, where we did put an interstitial, meaning that you had to click through to see the content of the tweet, and it limited spread for anything that went against our civic integrity policy, including premature calls to election results.
Well, let me give you one more. On November 12th, President Trump tweeted a conspiracy theory that 2.7 million votes for him were deleted. The warning label that Twitter has applied to that tweet said, quote, "This claim about election fraud is disputed." Now, here's the question, and I think it is a tough issue. Do you believe this label does enough to prevent the tweet's harms when the tweet is still visible? It's a highly emotional situation, but the tweet has no factual basis.
But the tweet has a link to more information, to more conversation, and more context that informs the situation, what's happening. So I do believe that connecting people to the larger conversation, giving them more
move to solicit that contact, right? It's not contained as an addendum to the original tweet.
The label is an addendum to the original tweet, and if you tap on it or click it, you will go to an expansion of the information.
I see. Can I ask a question, Mr. Zuckerberg? Is he?
Yes, you may. If you want more, that'd be okay.
Mr. Zuckerberg, at the recent hearing before the Senate Commerce Committee, you said that Facebook has a, quote, policy in place that prevents any candidate, end quote, from, quote, trying to delegitimize the result of the election, end quote. But the hashtags steal the vote and voter fraud garnered more than 300,000 interactions on your platform in the hours after Mr. Trump falsely declared victory. So here's the question. Do you believe Facebook did enough to prevent Trump's efforts to delegitimize the election result? If so, why have you reached that conclusion?
Senator, I believe that we've taken some very significant steps in this area. Not just the adding additional context to specific posts and making it so that when people search for different hashtags, we show additional information. But we also took the unprecedented step of putting the Voter Information Center at the top of Facebook and Instagram for everyone in the US that showed them reliable information about the election, including partnering with organizations like Reuters and the National Election Pool to show them accurate information about the results of the election. So all taken together, I think that we really went quite far in terms of helping to distribute reliable and accurate information about what was going on during this election.
Okay, let me give you one more along this line. After President Trump falsely claimed that the election was being stolen, a group called Stop the Steal was started on Facebook. It grew to more than 300,000 users in less than a day, making it one of the fastest growing groups, I understand, in Facebook history. You shut the group down, but substantial damage already had been done. Trump supporters, some of them armed with assault weapons, held Stop the Steal rallies outside election offices. In Philadelphia, supporters who had traveled from Virginia were arrested on their way to the city's vote counting center. Here's the question, and this is a tough one. What are your concerns about the spread of misinformation, no matter how innocent it is, or it is not innocent, like Trump's claims about the election, that they may incite violence?
Senator, I'm very worried about this, especially any misinformation or content that could incite violence. And during such a volatile period like this, one of our top priorities is making sure that people don't use our platform to organize any violence or civil unrest. And that was the basis under which we took that group, because there were a number of members who were posting potentially violent or encouraging violent comments that violated our policies. We also have broader policies in place around trying to slow the spread of misinformation more broadly, even when it's not going to lead to some kind of violence or imminent harm. And that's why we've created this independent fact-checking program where we work with more than 80 partners around the world to help to help do fact checking, because people in our community have told us they don't want to see misinformation, but they also don't want us to be deciding what is true and false. So we've taken the step of building this program, which I believe is more sophisticated than what anyone else in our industry has. So I'm very focused on these issues.
Well, I'm happy to hear that, because I'm really struck by it, that people armed with assault weapons as a product of a tweet could rally outside an election office. And I think it's really a serious issue that needs to be considered. And there need to be, once you signal that and people respond to it, it has to be in some way abated or some way pointed out or restructured on the internet itself. Now, can you respond to that?
Senator Feinstein, I hate that we're almost double the time. Could we?
I'm sorry.
That's all right. We're gonna have a vote come up, and I apologize. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to note that as far as the president's arguments about the election and how they turned out, inciting violence, I'd like to point out here that the only violence that I'm aware of has occurred in connection with Antifa. Antifa's response to pro-Trump peaceful rally attenders. So I don't quite understand that. Maybe we'll have a chance to dwell on that more in a minute. But first, I want to talk a little bit about federal law, existing federal law, and what it requires. Section 5 of the Federal Trade Commission Act prohibits businesses from engaging in unfair or deceptive trade practices. Compliance with this particular law requires that there be some consistency between what a company represents as their practices and their products and what they actually are. In other words, you can't sell one thing and provide another under the guise of providing something different than what's being sold. Both Twitter and Facebook represent and have represented for years to their users, their customers, that they take a neutral approach to election content moderation. However, as we've heard today, and as we will continue to hear today and into the foreseeable future, there are instances in which your platforms are taking a very distinctively partisan approach, and not a neutral one, to election-related content moderation. For example, just days before the election, Twitter suspended the account of Mark Morgan. Now, Mark Morgan is the commissioner of the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Office. And they suspended Commissioner Morgan's Twitter account, specifically for a tweet celebrating the excess of the U.S. southern border wall. Apparently, Commissioner Morgan's tweet, his comments about the border wall, violated Twitter platform rules governing what it calls hateful conduct. Now, I've read the offending post, and the offending post from Commissioner Mark Morgan reads as follows. At CBP and the Army Corps of Engineers, continue to build new wall every day. Every mile helps us stop gang members, murderers, sexual predators, and drugs from entering our country. It's a fact. Walls work. Period. Close quote. Mr. Dorsey, can you tell me, in one sentence, what exactly is hateful about Commissioner Morgan's tweet that I just read?
Well, we evaluated this tweet again, and we found that we were wrong. That was a mistake, and it was due to the fact that we had heightened awareness around government accounts during this time. So that was a mistake. We reverted it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We're going to get back to more of that in a minute and get back to the fact that, I understand that mistakes happen. But what we're going to see today is that mistakes happen a whole lot more, almost entirely on one side of the political aisle rather than the other. Now, Commissioner Morgan's statement in that tweet, as was initially taken down, is factual. There's nothing remotely hateful about it, and yet it was taken down. Now, on October 15th, Facebook relied on a third-party fact checker's assessment to ban 2 advertisements from Facebook for, quote, partly false information. Now, both of these advertisements were factual in nature. They revealed Joe Biden's and Kamala Harris's views on late-term abortion. Joe Biden has stated that he won't accept any restrictions on abortion, and Senator Harris's views are such that she voted against requiring care for a child born alive during a botched abortion. The very next day, the third-party fact checker issued a statement retracting the assessment and retracting it as erroneous. However, it stunningly took Facebook almost 2 more weeks until October 29th, when voting had already started in many jurisdictions, to lift the ban on these legitimate ads. Ads that the fact checker had already declared a couple weeks earlier were erroneously taken down. So, Mr. Zuckerberg, why on earth did it take Facebook 2 weeks to correct this error?
Senator, I'm not familiar with the details of us re-enabling that ad, so I can follow up with you after. It's possible that this was just a mistake or delay, and unfortunately, when we handle millions or billions of pieces of content a day, while we strive to do as well as possible and be as precise as possible, we will make some mistakes.
Thank you. I appreciate your acknowledgement of the fact that there are mistakes. As I noted previously, those mistakes sure happen a whole lot more on one side of the political spectrum than the other. Now, this is understandable. We're humans, but it's also understandable why this might occur. Maybe some of it has to do with your employees. 92.83% of Facebook employees who donated to federal candidates gave to Democrats. At Twitter, it's even more stark than that, as if it could get much more stark, but 99.3% of Twitter employees who donated to federal candidates gave to Democrats. And so these mistakes, they may be mistakes, but they're mistakes that rhyme. They may not repeat themselves, but they rhyme. And the consistent theme happens to be Republicans, conservatives, and pro-life activists. Now, I'd like to ask both of you, is there a list of every user or every content creator who has been deplatformed or had their contents reach altered or have had some other adverse action taken by either Facebook or Twitter altered? Is there some list that identifies each user for which that has happened? Mr. Zuckerberg, let's hear from you. Just a yes or no question. Does such a list exist?
Senator, I'm not aware of anything like that existing.
Mr. Dorsey, how about you?
Exactly sure what you're asking, but yeah. we certainly...
Simple question. Do you have a list of people, your users or content creators, who have had some adverse action taken against them, either being deplatformed or having their reach altered or something because of the content of their posts?
Well, certainly whenever we take an action, it's recorded somewhere in a database, but I'm not sure if that's your intent.
No, that's helpful. So, what I'm hearing from both of you is that while there may not be an actual list, and I'd like you both to check to see if such a list exists, but even if there isn't, there is a de facto list because you have within your databases records of occasions when this has occurred. And so I'd like to ask both of you, if such a list exists, please send it to me. I'd like to see it. If such a list does not exist, you certainly do have the data necessary in order to generate some. And I request as a member of this committee that you generate such a list and provide it to me. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Senator Graham, the chairman of the committee, has stepped out momentarily. I've been directed to recess the hearing momentarily so that we can go and vote, and then we will pick up back here in just a few minutes. I would like to, as long as I have the gavel momentarily, I'm going to ask one more question before I leave to go vote, and then we'll recess the hearing after this.
Could I ask when we're coming back? I've been waiting to ask questions for an hour now.
Yeah, will be coming back as soon as Senator Graham returns. He left to vote, and then just a moment ago, he'll be back. Mr. Zuckerberg, in September, Facebook tagged an ad run by the American Principles Project in Michigan that criticized Joe Biden and criticized Senator Gary Peters. And the ad was tagged because it was quote unquote missing context. Now, the next day, the ad was shut down entirely by Facebook. Facebook relied on a supposed fact check from PolitiFact, which is a nice way for you to avoid taking accountability for the problem, except that the fact check in question literally said that the ad, quote, makes, quote, predictions we can't fact check. Apparently this had to do with lacking context. So when did lacking context become a new standard for political ads? I mean, all political ads, all ads in general, but certainly all political ads lack context. Ben Sass just finished a resounding victory in Nebraska. And I haven't seen his TV ads, but I'm sure they're brilliant. This guy's made for television. He's he went on without fear. And I'm sure his ads didn't say Ben Sass, great senator, but not that great of a hockey player. Or there's always context that is left out in any advertisement. So what does that mean? And have you applied the missing context label to any Democratic ads? A single one that you can identify?
Senator, I'm not familiar with that specific standard, but as kind of a background on the fact-checking program, the basis of this is that we have heard resoundingly from our community that people do not want to see misinformation and believe that it is a problem. But people also believe that they do not want Facebook to be the arbiter of truth in deciding everything that is true and false. And for what it's worth, I strongly agree with that. And I do not think it is the right thing for us to assume that role. So within those bounds, we've tried to create a fact-checking program that works with independent third parties who've been accredited by the Poynter Institute for Journalism, which I think is widely respected. And we give those fact-checkers the latitude to determine whether ads or other content on our service is accurate. And if not, we apply some demotions or we prevent them from being run as ads. I can follow up in more detail afterwards on the specifics of your questions, since I'm not as familiar with them right now.
I would appreciate that very much if you'd be willing to do that, because it's not only inconsistent with logic and with the standards that apply in every other advertising context that I'm familiar with. It's also inconsistent with what Facebook itself does. But just to give you some context for that, while we're talking about missing context, I recently posted something about the election on Facebook. And my Facebook post was almost immediately tagged with the following, quote, election officials say that voter fraud, which is historically rare, has not affected the outcome in this election. They've confirmed that mail-in voting was conducted in accordance with state voting rules, close quote. Now, I find this a little disturbing. Tag to me sounds a whole lot more like state-run media announcing the party line rather than a neutral company, as it purports to be, running an open online forum. This kind of editorializing insulates people from the truth, and it insinuates that anyone concerned about voter fraud must be crazy. It also states it as if it were an irrefutable, neutral, objective fact. Now, maybe these kinds of concerns are out mainstream in Palo Alto, but they're not out of the mainstream with the rest of America. I have to reiterate, I hope this kind of manipulation wasn't intentional, but it's getting harder and harder for me to accept the premise that it would be anything but intentional. And if it was intentional, let's get more evidence that Facebook's actions surrounding this election are incongruent with the promises that you've made to your own users. and that's a problem. Consistent with the directions that have been given by Chairman Graham, we're now going to recess. I predict we'll be in recess for no more than 10 or 15 minutes until Chairman Graham returns. We stand in recess.
You've been listening to the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing on Capitol Hill, grilling CEOs of major technology companies, including Twitter and Facebook. Jack Dorsey, Mark Zuckerberg, president, Molly Hemingway, senior editor at the Federalist and Fox News contributor, joining us now. Molly, I see that what you were reacting to on Twitter, ironically, while this is all happening, is Senator Lindsey Graham saying that Twitter made itself the New York Post editor. It was quite a moment. It was near the top of the hearing where he said, if you're not the New York Post, why are you making editorial decisions? Watch this.
There are rules about what a newspaper can do. And what I want to try to find out is if you're not a newspaper at Twitter or Facebook, then why do you have editorial control over the New York Post? They decided, and maybe for a good reason, I don't know, that the New York Post articles about Hunter Biden.
And Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey went on to explain why they did what they did. What did you think of it?
Well, Jack Dorsey falsely claimed that the reason why they censored and brutally interfered in the 2020 election, censoring posts, platforming them, restricting people's ability to share information about Hunter Biden's laptop, was because it violated their terms of service. He said their terms of service prevent anybody from sharing information that they believe to be hacked. We know that's not true in multiple ways. For one thing, there is no evidence that the Hunter Biden laptop materials were hacked. They were a legitimate journalistic inquiry for anybody who cares about journalism or facts. This was obviously something that people had a right to know, that the Biden family business was involved with the Chinese Communist Party and its state-owned businesses. There's no question that that is important, and there was also no suggestion that these were hacked materials. And then there's also the issue that we do know that there were hacked materials, which were Donald Trump's tax returns, which the New York Times didn't even bother explaining how they were able to hack. But we know that they were ill-gotten. You know, whoever shared them did not have authorization to share them. And yet Twitter made no attempt to restrict the sharing of that information. So we have evidence that Twitter and big companies are lying about their involvement in interference in the 2020 election. And we're having yet another round of hearings. It's interesting to see that Democrats who are asking the questions tend to be largely supportive of deplatforming of conservatives and censorship. That makes sense because it helped them so much in the 2020 election. And then Republicans are asking them questions about it. I think it is getting to the point, though, that a lot of people who are victims of this censorship and election interference are wondering how much more are we going to be talking about it, and when will something actually be done, particularly considering how much impact these big tech censorship and deplatforming efforts have had on people's elections.
I think it's such a great point. I think the American people watch another hearing like this, and while they're interested and they want to see what goes on inside of these technology companies and how they do filter out some of this information. Would there be any accountability? How many times did you hear some of those technology giants say, "We made a mistake. That shouldn't have happened"? Jack Dorsey at one point, Molly, said, "We're facing something that feels impossible." They were reminded of the great responsibility that they have with so many people getting their information from these technology sources. The New York Times posted a data point that from November 3rd to November 6th, the days that followed the election on and following, Twitter labeled 38% of Donald Trump's 29 tweets. So they are big in this, and they are dramatically affecting what people see and how they see it when you consider the context. What else did you take away from what you just heard?
Well, I think that's important context that you just provided. What happened in the decades leading up to the 2016 election is that media were able, like big media companies, were able to control what people thought about different issues. And then you started to have some people being able to work around big media by using social media. They were able to communicate their message that way. A lot of people blamed social media companies, including Twitter and Facebook, for not doing enough to stop Donald Trump and thereby allowing the American people to elect him. And so they went and spent the next 4 years making sure that they would be able to use their power to suppress conservative voices, conservative opinion, or facts that benefited conservatives or hurt liberals. And so they, I think, see the 2020 election and their ability to interfere in it by censoring and deplatforming voices that they didn't want heard as a victory. And so with Democrats and big tech companies sensing that they have this big victory, I'm not sure what can happen. At the same time, conservatives are far beyond the point of wondering whether this is election interference or censorship. Or they know that this is a serious problem, and so they are ready to see major action taken because they view this as an infringement on their, on the culture of free speech in this country. I also thought it was interesting that these big tech companies were claiming that they used impartial journalists to determine whether something is factual or not. That's the whole problem. Journalists are no longer seen as credible, and their fact checks are not seen as credible either. Yet they're used to suppress conservative voices.
They were challenged on that this morning on who exactly has the discretion inside of their companies to make those decisions, Molly. And you just saw it on a banner on our screen. Jack Dorsey saying that 300,000 election-related tweets were disputed by the company in the week following Election Day. It's an important point, and this hearing will continue with Republican senators grilling those tech giants on Capitol Hill moments from now. Molly, thank you. Trace?
Well, meantime, the GOP bringing out the heavy hitters in Georgia ahead of must-win runoffs that will decide if they keep Democrats in check or if Democrats will have free reign in D.C. Karl Rove, just one of the big names being brought in to help. He'll tell us exactly how. Next.
Attention veterans with VA loans. Record low mortgage rates have just dropped to new all-time lows. Veterans can refinance their loans with no income verification, no appraisal, and no out-of-pocket costs. One call to New Day USA can save you $3,000 every year. You can start saving beginning with your next mortgage payment. Refi now at these historic low rates. Call 1-844-998-2100.
Damn.
Master chocolatier. Daddy was a hero and so very much. I'm making that. I love you, Daddy. Very sad that my sisters won't have as much as memory like I do.
When I told the girls that their daddy became an angel, it was extremely hard. Because their daddy was no longer there to tuck them in at night, to be with them every day.
There are over 1,000 families that need our help. Tunnel to Towers is honoring those heroes that risked their lives by providing him with all the homes.
The moment I stepped in my home, I was in awe, knowing that this was the most beautiful home I'd ever stepped into.
I love this house because it helps me and my mom, sister, and my to that other people are there with us and supporting us.
Chairman of the Stephen Phillips. This is our contract with our military and first responders. When you go serve your country or your community, you give your kids a Easter block, you don't come home, when you catastrophically injured, you are going to prepare.
It means so much to me as a law enforcement officer who was affected by a tragic incident with the loss of my husband, to know that if there is a loss in the future, the Talented Towers will provide support for those families. They're not alone. I lost the father of my children. And for $11 a month, you can make families like mine more whole.
I'd like to ask you to donate $11 a month to support their efforts. Please call now 1-844-BLAVES or visit tunneltotowers.org.
Hi, folks. Donate with here, and if you're on Medicare, this is important. Today is one of the only days of this year you can update your coverage and benefits.
Before the deadline, you're entitled to eliminate premiums and copay and get dental care, dentures, eyeglasses, in-home aid, prescription coverage, unlimited transportation, and home delivered meals all at no additional cost. Plus, your zip code may have coverage with a give back benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every month. Look, with the uncertainty of the virus and vaccines, you need to get everything you're entitled to. Millions of people have trusted the Medicare coverage helpline. You can too. Don't miss the deadline. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-881-8200. That's 1-800-881-8200 now.
Well, our next guest is leading a massive Republican fundraising drive for those two Senate runoff races in Georgia. The January 5th vote will decide the balance of power in Washington. Carl Rove joins us now, former White House Deputy Chief of Staff and a Fox News contributor. Carl, always good to see you. So this effort includes you, former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, and former Vice President Dan Quayle. Why get involved in this, Carl, and how important is it?
Well, it's vital to whoever controls the United States Senate will have a big impact on the direction of public policy in the United States over the next 2 and 4 years. And I was asked by the chairman of the Senate Republican Campaign Committee, Todd Young of Indiana, to head up this effort. Mine's more a managerial responsibility, and we'll be announcing state chairs and the bundlers and the honorary chairs and then national leadership this effort here in the coming days. But we're rapidly trying to pull together a nationwide organization to help do in a matter of 7 weeks what takes most campaigns a couple of years to get done, and that is raise money from across the country to fund these vital races.
And is that the deal? Is that, you know that Democrats, a lot of political analysts have said the money flowing into Georgia will be unprecedented over the next several weeks, and Democrats have got a pretty good start on this thing. Is that part of the equation here, Carl, is that you believe you might be a little bit behind going in?
Well, look, the Democrats showed in this past election, I mean, think about it, they spent $80 million to try and defeat Lindsey Graham in South Carolina. They spent almost that amount of money to defeat Mitch McConnell in Kentucky, failed, obviously. One guy in California, a wealthy Silicon Valley type, put $28 million into Texas in the last couple of weeks to try to defeat Senator John Cornyn. Mike Bloomberg famously put $100 million into Florida, Brian McCary for Joe Biden. So there are lots of wealthy liberals on either coast who are willing to pop money into these races, and we fully expect that both Senator David Perdue and Senator Kelly Loeffler will be outspent by the Democrats. But it's not who's got the most money, who's got sufficient money and wise in spending it. And I'm confident at the end of the day we'll both have sufficient money and our team will spend it better. But nobody should kid themselves. We're going to be outspent in Georgia and the Flames or bets.
Yeah, when you said we've got to pile on, that's a quote. When you said we've got to pile it on big time, you were talking about money.
Yeah, and also the ground game. I mean, we've got to get out the vote, and I know that both candidates. I've talked to their teams. Both candidates are keenly aware of this. They're volunteers now today, knocking on doors in Georgia. They've got a gigantic get out the vote operation, but we've got to put every bit of energy and effort into it to win this race, to win these races, and come out the victors and be in the majority in the Senate by a slim 52-48 margin.
Yeah, it's going to be expensive, Carl, and it's going to be ugly. I want to put this up on the screen for you. This is from, an opponent. This is from Senate Majority PAC that writes the following, quoting here: the Georgia Republican ticket is made up of a pair of corrupt, out-of-touch politicians who profited off the pandemic and will stop at nothing to take away Georgians' health care. It's clear that David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler aren't ready for prime time, and we're focused on exposing their records in the months to come. So this is going to be contentious.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Look, both of these people have been cleared by the Senate Ethics Commission of having done anything wrong. They did everything right in handling their financial affairs. Been cleared by a bipartisan committee on a unanimous vote. But this is the kind of trash that's going to be coming their way, and we ought to be prepared for it. If you can't talk about the issues, if your party represents sort of taking over government, takeover of healthcare, and gigantic tax increases, and the Green New Deal, and ending raising utility bills and raising costs for driving your car. You don't have much to talk about, so go through a bunch of mud on the Republicans, and we expect that to happen each and every day in the 40 some odd days remaining.
You talked about the ground game, Carl. What do you make of these California Democrats saying they also plan to go to Georgia, start their own ground game? And then you have people saying we're going to move to Georgia and maybe set up residency. And we earlier on the Secretary of State there saying no, that's not going to happen. We are going to prosecute if you do that. What do you think of that?
Yeah. Well, think about it. Democratic presidential candidate Andrew Yang says he's going to move to Georgia in order to vote in the election and then leave. And you're right. Californians are planning to come to Georgia. I recommend to your viewers, you enter your browser, enter Washington Post TikTok guy, Georgia, and you will see a video that a California Democrat has put up of him calling supposedly a voter in Georgia with a fake Georgia accent and calling him on a Sunday to get him to vote for Warnock and Ossoff, the two Democratic candidates. And then after hanging up with having his West Coast voice back again, it's very funny, but it's an indicative of how condescending and elitist these California Democrats seem to be about the people of Georgia. They need the good helping hand of a Georgian, of a California liberal in order to help them vote right. But I recommend it to you. Washington Post TikTok guy, Georgia. It's indicative of what the attitude is of these Californians who are coming to Georgia to help save them from voting for Republicans.
Noted. Carl, well, good to see you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Trace. The Wall Street Journal editorial board arguing that the two successful vaccine trials in the fight for the coronavirus might be proof that President Trump's way of doing this is better than President-elect Biden, and that vaccine distribution could get caught up in bureaucratic red tape. Let's bring in Fox News contributor Dan Henninger, Wall Street Journal editorial page deputy editor. So who should get credit when this vaccine is finally ready? Dan, good morning.
Hi there, Sandra. Well, the primary credit should go to the developers of the vaccines, and that is the U.S. pharmaceutical industry, which is really one of the most extraordinary forces for good in the world. I mean, we have the best biological chemical scientists anywhere working for companies like Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, and Moderna. Secondly, credit should go to, indeed, the Trump administration, which, and Mike Pence as well, who decided to try to fast track the development of these vaccines. And when you think that we focused on this back in March, and we now have at least two vaccines with up to 95% effectiveness, it is an extraordinarily fast uptake in creating therapies and vaccines to treat this public health crisis. So I think both the pharmaceutical industry and Donald Trump himself and the administration deserve great credit for the great success we're having here.
That's an important point. The headline in the Wall Street Journal highlights that Trump, Biden, and COVID vaccines. Will Joe's advisors scuttle more rapid FDA approvals? The question is asked, and here's a quote from the piece, Dan. The Trump's FDA's COVID innovation has been providing real-time feedback and clear guidance to drug and vaccine makers about its expectations. This has helped therapies and vaccines advance and cut phase 3 trials from 3 years to a few months. These reforms are one of the success stories of the federal response, but there's a serious risk that the Biden team will default to their instincts and reimpose a culture of bureaucratic control that restricts new medical advances. Is that a real risk that possibly we face in the coming year, Dan?
I think it is, Sandra. I mean, we have to put this in context. The Democratic Party for years has regarded the pharmaceutical industry as the enemy. They call it Big Pharma. Al Gore, back in 2000, ran against Big Pharma. And under Democratic administrations, the Food and Drug Administration has been extremely cautious and slow in approving new drugs, whether for heart disease or cancer. Is their instinct, and that is the instinct of the people on the advisory team. But we don't have stories on television every night of people dying of heart disease or cancer. So generally, Democratic FDAs can get away with slow walking the approval of these therapies. But we are in the middle of a public health crisis. The electorate, American people, are acutely aware of it, and they want these therapies and vaccines developed and delivered as quickly as possible, raising the question of whether even a Biden administration team with people who typically have been slow to approve these sorts of things, whether they will be able to get away with that politically under these circumstances.
Really interesting perspective. Dan Henninger from the Wall Street Journal. Dan, thanks. Trace?
Well, Big Tech Hearings 2.0, the heads of Facebook and Twitter called back before Congress and coming under fire for what many say is censorship of conservatives. The hearing currently in a short recess. We'll take you back there live when it resumes.
Uncertain times. And if you have Medicare, these are important times. The right Medicare coverage has never been more important. This is the time to review it, because some plans are changing their benefits in January. The changes can be easy to miss. Don't be scared. Be prepared. Start with this free report. See if your Medicare plan is changing and how it compares to others in your area. More benefits, better coverage, save money. Find out what's possible with this free special report. This is the information you need to be prepared. Call now.
Season's greetings. I'm celebrating with my homemade eggnog because Simply Safe Home Security is having a huge sale. 50% off and a free camera. Yeah, I think it's missing something. Anyways, U.S. News reached the name Simply Safe the best home security system of 2020.
For over 30 years, Lexus has been celebrating driveway moments. Here's to one more, the Lexus December sale event.
Lease the 2021 RX 350 for $419 a month for 36 months. We'll make your first month's payment.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
With 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
A coronavirus breakthrough. Inside the promising vaccine results under Operation Warp Speed. And how soon it could be available. Dr. Scott Atlas has special insight from the White House on Fox News.
If you're like I was, you're tired of worn-out plastic mats under your office chair. They dent and crack, and they're uncomfortable to roll on. Found a premium alternative, a glass chair mat by Vitraza. I liked it so much, I bought the company. I'm George Pardo, president of Vitraza. Our glass chair mats are made of super strong glass and protected with a nanotech coating, so you'll always get a smooth, easy glide. And they're beautiful. Tired of replacing plastic? I promise this is the best chair mat you'll need. And we give you a lifetime warranty. Comfort, style, durability. A Vitraza glass chair mat will completely transform your workspace, home office or office. We stock 18 popular sizes, and we ship free to anywhere in the lower 48. Get the look you deserve. I invite you to shop online at Vitraza.com. Use promo code TV and save 10% on any glass chair mat at Vitraza.com.
Here's important information for anyone with an annuity or structured. It's your right to sell all or part of your annuity payments for the cash you need now. Whether you need to make an important purchase, pay off debt, or build a business, call the pros at Peachtree today. We can help you get the cash you need. We're professionals at buying structured settlements.
We've been helping people for over 20 years. We can help you turn your settlement or annuity payments into the cash you need for a new car, or to manage debt. Recently, I helped a customer get money for fertility treatments to start a family. It's your money, and you have the right to use it.
Get your money faster by calling Peachtree now. 1-800-PEACHTREE. That's 1-800-PEACHTREE. Call today for a free quote. You may even qualify for a cash advance. Or visit PeachTreeFinancial.com. Representatives are available now.
And a live look on Capitol Hill as we await the hearing to resume. The Senate Judiciary Committee, chaired by Senator Lindsey Graham, expected to resume any moment now. And Trace, we have been watching this obviously because Republicans have called Jack Dorsey and Mark Zuckerberg back into a hearing room for the second time now to press them on suppression, censorship, the 2020 election. You did see a grilling from those Republican senators a few moments ago, and that is expected to continue on Capitol Hill any moment.
And what I found fascinating is that both Mark Zuckerberg and Jack Dorsey said they would agree to changes for Section 230 of the open law that gives them protections against liability for the things that people post on their websites. If they're agreeing to changes, it is in essence a way for them to say that maybe they'd be willing to be treated differently, meaning more as publishers and not as just providers or people who are putting views out there. So there's a possibility that Facebook and Twitter and the like could change, so that they would have more control over what is posted on their websites, and in the same time, they would be liable for that content.
And Lindsey Graham making headlines in the minute that followed his opening statement of this hearing, saying that Twitter made itself the New York Post editor with that Hunter Biden story. He said, what I want to try to find out is if you're not a newspaper at Twitter or Facebook, then why do you have editorial control over the New York Post? Obviously, that was a big moment in that hearing room as both those CEOs try to answer those questions, and those senators digging deeper on about the limiting of information, the censoring of information that we get, so many Americans get when they look to the news.
And I asked Senator Mike Lee earlier, I said, these hearings are known, big on confrontation, right? Big on the soundbite, not as big on consequences. And he said that's all going to change. And he's one of those that wants to put these social media giants to their feet to the fire in this. So we'll see how it comes out.
All right, we should see them back in the hearing room any moment. Yep.
Yeah. Meantime, two senior administration officials denying claims that President Trump weighed possible military action against Iran's nuclear program during a White House meeting with his national security team last week. Benjamin Hall is live with more on this. Benjamin.
Yeah, hi, Trace. And these two senior administration officials pushing back strongly, both on the reports that President Trump had asked for strike options against Iran, but also on reports that he had to be talked out of launching a strike. In fact, they call those reports utter garbage. What we do know is that the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, last week published a report saying that Iran had increased their stockpile of uranium to more than 12 times the limit that they agreed to in 2015, and that they were well on their way to amassing the fuel needed to make nuclear bombs. As a result of that, President Trump met with security chiefs in the Oval Office, and these strike options, which the military always into that meeting, but President Trump, however, didn't even want to entertain them. Nevertheless, Iran seized upon the apparent
Oh my God.
Major
retaliation.
Response. Vice President Biden, meanwhile, has said that he will quickly rejoin the Iran deal.
Macro trends. What is this?
Middle Eastern countries in that region. And despite the fact that Iran continues to violate sanctions with the help of China and Venezuela, so what we're seeing is two totally different ways with the Islamic Republic. Trace?
Yeah, Benjamin Hall live for us from the UK. And what's fascinating about that story as well, Sandra, is you have
What the fuck?
saying that in fact that Iran is still ratcheting up their uranium levels, the stuff.
Oh no, not another halving.
Weapons, they're still kind of tick-tocking that up, and that makes this even more important when you talk about getting back into the JCP agreement that Joe Biden was talking about here.
Absolutely. And a live look again at the hearing room, and we will get back to that as soon as it begins. There was a vote that had to happen. So Senator Lindsey Graham slipped out the door there while Senator Mike Lee was still questioning the technology CEOs. When he comes back in that room, they'll begin. The ranking member, Dianne Feinstein, he was a bit late to the meeting as well. A lot happening on Capitol Hill on this Tuesday morning, weeks after Election Day. And now you've got Joe Biden, the president-elect, naming members of his staff this morning. Trace, it's a busy November here as we cover the news.
It is a busy time around here. And then you talk about the Senate. We just talked with Karl Rove. The big topic right now in D.C. and across the nation.
In D.C.
Runoff Senate races in Georgia. This is for balance of power in the Senate. 2 seats up for grabs. Republicans now have 50.
Am I streaming still?
48 on the Democratic side. If
it says I'm live.
Harris would be the tiebreaker, and Chuck Schumer would be the Senate majority.
I don't even know if anyone can hear me. Have I been farting?
Joining us, everybody. Our number starts right
now. Oh, shit.
And we are awaiting that hearing with big tech CEOs.
God damn it.
On Capitol Hill, and we'll take you there at when that happens. All of this is playing out as tensions remain high over the 2020 election results. Earlier today, Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg and Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey faced accusations of suppressing conservative views and interfering in the election. 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 And Republicans pressed Dorsey on Twitter's blocking of New York Post stories on Hunter Biden's business dealings. Watch.
If you're not a newspaper at Twitter or Facebook, then why do you have editorial control over the New York Post? That to me seems like you're the ultimate editor.
You do realize that by you probably give it more prominence and more visibility than it ever would have gotten had you left it alone.
We realize that, and we recognize it as a mistake that we made.
Twitter's chief there also laying out the process of flagging certain content that may be false.
More than a year ago, the public asked us to offer additional context to help make potentially misleading information more apparent. We did exactly that, applying labels to over
No way.
3,000 tweets
I'm blocked.
from October 27th
Nope.
to November 11th, which represented about 2.2% of all U.S. election-related tweets.
Meanwhile, the Media Research Center has released a study which finds Twitter censored or flagged tweets by President Trump and his campaign 194 times since May of 2018. However, it has not censored Joe Biden or his campaign a single time. You are watching Outnumbered. I'm Harris Faulkner. Here today, Town Hall editor and Fox News contributor Katie Pavlich. From Fox News Headlines 24/7, Carly Shimkins. Executive Director of Serve America PAC and Fox News contributor Marie Hart. And joining us today, former Arkansas Governor and Fox News contributor Mike Huckabee. Great to see you. Governor Huckabee, you are prolific on Twitter. You often make us laugh and bring us lots of information. What is your take on how so far this hearing is going?
Well, these guys, you know, they crawl up to Capitol Hill every now and then, or maybe they do it remotely, but however they do it, it's the same old song and dance. Oh, we're sorry. Yeah, we've made some mistakes. Look, these are not mistakes. These are intentional attempts to tilt all of the conversation in the country toward the left. And I think anybody who denies that is just denying reality. They ought to put a big disclaimer over all of their sites, including Google, YouTube, and just say, look, we are about as reliable in providing factual information as a carnival barker promising you're going to win the big teddy bear if you just put in another buck. But just let people use the forum. Let people decide for themselves what's true, what's not. We don't need some Silicon Valley 22-year-old who just got out of college and is idealistic and liberal deciding what we should be able to see. And that's how it is. It ought to be like the phone company. If I call you, Harris, and we have a conversation, the phone company doesn't get to say, we don't like what you're saying. We're going to take your phone off the hook. That's not how it ought to work.
Being spoken to the entire time you finished that. I bet it was funny and very good. And
It was great.
It was. Oh, I know it was. It's Governor. So as they kind of get things set and restart at this hearing, we're going to monitor it and go right back to it. Katie, I come to you. You told Senator Mike Lee, and I've been watching and listening to the hearing, and one thing that stood out.
Oh.
Point that Huckabee just made about
God, just come on. Come back on the hearing. How long does it take to vote? God damn. I declare a plan. Vote with your money. We've had a huge market rally here. Who was selling Bitcoin before aliens? What the fuck? It's weird. Stop testing all the children. Enjoy the crash. What the hell? Okay, goodbye.